Welcome back to the channel, everyone. My name is NutRaisin, and I'm waiting for tables. Welcome back to the late night stream, which is going to be a thing going forward. I just watched the Phil Gaffin challenge, and boy, I had a tough time even watching any hands, because I was modding it up on the channel, creating clips, answering questions. Oh, hang on, there we go. And there we go. Boot, something good happened. Isu NYC, thank you very much for the follow. Cheers. And I have a good authority that this stream might get really busy in a few minutes. Sorry, just busy typing something just for a moment. All right, so we got some PLO 10 here kicking off. We got some PLO 20 happening on another table as well. This will be a fold and no mistake. Here, all right, just check it. Nothing fancy, nothing fancy. All right. That'll be tough to get paid, but let's give it a shot. All right, so that's that and done then. Here, definitely defending the big blind. All right. Yeah, so welcome back to the channel, everyone. More PLO 20 kicking off. I like seeing it. And speaking of things that I like seeing, there's a decent turn, giving us top 2, blocker 2 to straight draw. This should be a card that doesn't give us any trouble most of the time. Let's hope this stays true in this case here. Really? Really? Do ya? Yeah, you do. It's called with a wrap there. I guess. Decided to be sticky this time around. A 4 big blind splash, nothing to sneeze at, so I'm certainly going to stick around and defending the big blind here. Okay. So we're not drawing to the ace-high flush, that's a thing. That's a paired board, but let's see a turn. Gives us some decent blockers. We might lead this sometimes, or check raise this sometimes. So I think let's go for a lead here. So now that actually does give us showdown value. Could, if we bet, turn this into a bluff and could get spades out of it, but I think with showdown value, just gonna check here. On the paired board, check the flop, calls the turn lead. Nice. All right. So we are getting some PLO 20 started, it looks like. Sitting on 3 tables. I like it. Queen check 10. Maybe as a raise fold. It's not completely horrible. We might as well check up on it in a moment once the pre-flop stuff is over. I believe it's alright. The queen check 10 combo, even if not suited to the queen here, is strong enough, I'd say. Do flop the gutter. Queen check 10. Yeah. And it actually is a raise call. It's not a raise fold. The queen jack 10, just a solver, really likes that jack 10 combo. Put a queen in there, and it's even happier. We river a pair. Might be something. Might actually bluff catch there. Turns out, oh yes, 2 pair, okay. Right, that's down the lucky hat. Just checking here. Certainly not folding. So gives us 2 pair, puts a straight out there. Up here we flop 2 pair. Blind versus blind, let's bet it. Alright. That's a wonderful river. Gonna pot it too. And here, didn't like the turn, I checked it on the river. I really don't like that one. Turn the flush here, i.e. the second nuts. Here he outdrew us by the board pairing in the end, fair enough. On the flush board, nothing has been decided. Scratch that, we did take it down. So take it down on both flush boards, but did not get the call on either one. Let's see if the lucky hat is working out for us tonight. Well, the good news is we have the front and the backdoor flush. Draw, that is. Alright. And that would be the second nut flush for us. No way to improve. First PLO 20 table filled up to 6 players. So here we got raised from this guy, but I don't really trust him, so I decided not to fold this hand. And we're just gonna get it in here. And we do see a fold. That's quite nice. So been checked a bazillion times so far. Check it here. This does give us a double gutter at this point. Vascular Vapid, hey, welcome back. Of course I followed the challenge. I was actually modding it up in the channel and had a blast. It was tough to, well, you know, the way you're asking the question, it was actually, the answer is yes, no, because it was tough. I was modding it up, reading the chat, listening to the commentary, creating clips of interesting moment. I barely had time to actually take a look at the hands and follow the hands. Es ist auf Jung. Watch the free mastermind stream. Now that is time well invested. You do that. Thank you for the lurk, though. Lurk is appreciated. So yeah, Vascular Rabbit, I did watch the challenge. Now I'll continue to do so in the next days, weeks, months, basically. For as long as the challenge goes on, I'll only do an afternoon stream, like a short one, maybe no afternoon stream at all. And instead do nightly streams. We are blocking hands that can raise us here quite nicely. Here, man, I wish I could, but I can't really. So let's let this one go. If we do get raised, I'm not going to be ecstatic about it. We do take it down. I think this table I can ditch. I have another PLO 10 table we can put in its place, and I actually put the PLO 20 here. And open up another PLO 20, that'd be sweet. Yeah, so last I saw Vasily Vabbit, Phil Gaffin was down a little bit. It was an interesting match. There were a bunch of like 40k plus parts. I think there was a 50k and there might have been a 70k, but that one I clipped it, I believe. I didn't even check out the amount they went all in for in the end. All right. I see how it is. I could turn it into a bluff with the spade blockers. Let's not do it four-handed. Save it for a better moment. Let me just do this real quick. There you go. Three big blind splash. That's the only thing that was missing from the challenge stream today. No splashes, but I guess they could skew the results. They would introduce a luck-based, additional luck-based element, I should say. Since there's of course luck inherent in PLO or any form of poker, really. Wait. All right. The 9 and the deuce. I'm of course interested in taking down those extra 3 big blinds, but let's not go overboard. Over here. Fine, checking it. That's a decent turn. No complaints there. Down here, single raise pot. That's really small. All right. Let him continue bluffing if he wants to. So after very long deliberation, he bets. Here we are. Wait, how did you take this down? What? Must have missed something there. I guess he did make a straight. Didn't have trips, did he? Yeah, did have the straight. He had the 5-4 city open-ender. Sort of a wrap going on, actually. Okay. We do take it down on table 3. And yet more aces. Fair enough, I'll take that small blind. Not above that. So what... I guess I'm not sure if the challenge has ended yet, or well, the challenge hasn't ended, but if the stream has ended yet. Would love to know if Phil won in the end, because that would mean double the splash to pot from the last 3 days, right? Going forward for the next 10 days or something, it'll be double splash to pot for every day that Phil wins. But since the challenge started on Monday, and I think I had saw it confirmed on the Discord as well. Like today was the deciding factor for 3 days, for like for this entire period of the Legends rewards, which started on Monday. So, oh shit, why did I check the turn? That was completely on autopilot. I'm trying to like rectify the situation or salvage the situation. Maybe betting a little bit smaller. This does look like a bluff a little bit. Whereas making it 120, 110 would, in my mind at least, make it look like value a bit more. Maybe. Anywho, we took it down. It's just going to be defend if... Actually, it's not going to be defend. It's just going to be played if everybody folds. That solves that. Well, we're cooking with gas now. We have 5 PLO 20 tables open. 3 of them 6-handed, 2 400, 1 500. I like it. Ooh, you get 3-bet, eh? And a cold call from the big blind. What's Henry gonna do then? Oh, wow. So here the gutter and the flush draw. Let it out on this board. I guess the cold call is fine. The lead, maybe not so much. Check 2. It's 4. Okay, just took a note on that lead. I mean, it's not like the SPR was super low where I would completely understand when you just goes like, okay, I'm putting it in here. I have a gutter and a nut flush draw. And I noticed something. I love the hotkeys that I started using them. It's not like they're unique to run at once, but I started using them on RIO. But they do lead to me taking less time when acting, especially when checking behind, and that might be a small leak. Small timing tail. We have the absolute complete. We have a monster wrap here, basically. Some of the outs not to the nuts, but this is just too good. Nice. Only if you fold, which you do. Nope. But that's a case of DS pleases. And he gets 3-bet again, so I'd be curious to see yet another showdown. I'll keep switching between those two. Will he fold here just for reference? Yeah, okay. Oof, that's so not our board. He bets for the full pot, no less. So easy let go. Okay. Ooh. Please, more of that. Can't keep it coming. And he leads on deuce. Curious. If you do get raised here, I'll most likely lay it down. Just putting it out there. I rarely see this as a bluff in the micros. Probably an entirely different story when you play at a Phil Gelfand level. A hookless. It was indeed, yeah. All right. And shout out to our hookless who helped me get the PLO 20 games going. And not only did he do that, he is also a fellow Round 1 streamer, PLO player, PLO streamer. And if you need more PLO action in your life, do check out his channel. $0.30 extra in the middle makes this tempting, more tempting than normal, yeah. Just gonna call. And here we're gonna call as well. What a board on table 6. This I don't do very often at all. The same is true here. This is a hand I usually just let go on the small blind. Hence the button open. But here, seeing that we get this flop, why the hell not? And what a turn, wow. Let me check this one out if it gets, like if I'm wrong, if it gets played a little bit different, doesn't get just auto-folded. But it does. It's just why I checked it out. I checked it out in the past, and I was fairly certain it does get folded normally. One of the spots that surprised me when I looked them up for the first time, or the first times. Because it does look like a strong hand, but just, I guess the being out of position for subsequent streets is just too big of a factor. Would be nice to know where you're sitting. Well, if you tell me yours, if you show me yours, I can view. We can do the viewing thing. So let's ditch the PLO 10 table. Enough on our plate with aces back to back, with 5 PLO 20s. Oof. Guess we get to try again on another table. Does give us a, what? A double gutter, I guess? Got some other spots, however. Here, just checking pair and open-ender backdoor flush. Ooh, that is the nuts rate for us right now on that table. Coming up. Very fine aces. Here, these we check. Expect to lose it pretty much always. Strangely enough, not... Wait, no. Not this time, though. Let's get back to that in a moment. I guess. Guess we get it in. It's... The single race pot, I checked this one for sure. Seeing that I have no relevant blockers at all, and that's a rather sad turn. Not that there are many good ones. On table 6 with a nut straight, did we get a call there? No, not on the river. He bets tiny. So no card is like gonna give us the nuts here. A 3 would be the best case scenario. An ace would be would be good, I guess. For this sizing. Not gonna bluff. This might keep him from going crazy here. Right, €1 splash. If I raise this up, we just invite so many callers. I mean, we play a bigger pot in position. That's probably not horrible. Let's do it. Do it for the lulz. If who knows, maybe we get one fold. That's a decent start. This guy folds, and of course this will already be huge. Now Rukla's gonna few on every table. Right, and keep my eyes peeled. I'm gonna few in return too. How big was the splash? €1, so nothing to sneeze at. If I bet here, I normally go for 3/4. So if I bet here with the splash amount that we can't bet for, this is pretty close to 3/4. Okay, so here we have an Rukla siding. Friends with channel, fellow streamer, where we get aces now. Just ship it. I don't think so at this point. All right. Probably losing this quite a bit. No, we split it up. Don't mind if we do. Right. We got pot. Honestly, not entirely sure if I should be checking here more often than betting. Now is played, the money goes in. Good luck us. Hopefully we're only up against the queen 9. Oof, oof. Come on, ace. Nah. Nice hand, nice hand, nice hand. Puts a lot of stuff out there, that dealer. And now we got a Ruklas on all 5 tables. Maybe we psyched him out with the fewing here. So checks flop, bets the turn. Bets the turn smallish. Alright. Should we get caught by enough? Yeah, didn't adjust. Raise checks. Right on. It's looking all right. Get 3-bet in some other spots. Blind versus blind here. And in this spot we did the 3-betting. Take it down on table 4 with the flopped nuts. On an ace-high board as the 3-better, obviously betting if he raises, we're getting it in with the wrap. And calling here. Do take it down on table 3. On the ace-high board, 2 spades. Snap caller by the queens. The queens blocking the flush. Kind of the straight, a little bit surprised by the snap call from the flush here. Oh, nice hand on table 1. Nice king backdoor flush board. Sadly, don't remember. I'm trying, but I don't remember. I am on 5 tables. No, I don't see a viewing. Actually, yeah, all my tables are 6-handed. Okay. You get raised by Oscar from the small blind. Okay as well. Oof. This board he's never not c-betting, yeah. Nice hand, nice hand. See what the squeeze brings. Oh, that's rather wonderful. William. Hopefully wants to put it all in here. After a long tank, it might just be anti-climax here, might just be aces against aces. Maybe not. Pretty sweet if you take it on right now. Get a lot of big blinds risk-free. Yeah, I'll take it. So that was a 4-bet. In case you haven't noticed, a gentleman in orange, friend of the channel, fellow RIO streamer Aruklas on our tables, helped us to table start a little earlier. And took a buy-in of us. How dare he? And now we went from 0 to 35 entries at PLO 20. Love seeing it. All the maces, eh? No suit. Check this one out. 653. Believe it's alright. No, that's where it pays to pay attention to detail. The 5-4 would be a raise, and a raise call at that. But hang on, we turned pretty amazing here. And it's not like we turned bad over here. So this one technically does not get opened in MP. I could check. Let him bluff sometimes, miss diamonds. Table 5, he took it down with the turn straight and flush redraw. Cool. Naruklas. Getting busy with the 3-betting. Now that is a proper raid. Run Once Poker coming over with 868 people. Thanks to coming over, everybody. We're playing for slightly lower stakes. I did the math and consulted with the experts. They told me it's 1,000 times lower than what we've just seen. That seems to be the verdict. Welcome over, everyone. Huge shout out and thank you to Run Once Poker for the raid. Well, I don't know what to say. This is amazing. Ooh, Shazam. Oh, see, I need to take care of that alert. It's not supposed to cover the whole screen. Well, I actually had a warning that I was gonna get raided. Otherwise, I would have lost my shit for sure. I am still beyond happy. Thank you for coming over, everyone. To do this properly, my name is NutRaisin. What you see is what you get. I play and stream PLO on a full-time basis in the micros. Because why not? It's fun. And I enjoy doing it a lot. Yeah. Break Poker, Yoda the Wise, and do your job. 21. Thank you very much for the follows. Cheers. From 100, 200 to 1020. Well, yeah. Yeah, not going to be able to move up just today. I mean, if today goes really well, we might be able to move up to PLO 50, but I think that's going to be like, that's the ceiling right there. Wow, that rate was even bigger than advertised. Now I am slightly losing my shit. 1,321 euros in the channel. This is beyond the biggest number that I've ever seen on that counter. Thank you all for putting it up there. If I was grinning any wider, the top of my head would be falling off. And good things keep happening. Babyface ATL, Nickoff, thank you very much for the follows. Cheers. Yeah, but of course, watching the 1,1200 viewers, 1,328. Yeah, I think that was the highest there. And we are good here. That's awesome. So you took one step on the flop and then let it be. Fair enough. I think I would have done the same often enough. Nope. Especially not against the raise. He has epic charisma. You know what people have that don't have charisma? They have charisma. Teak Buddha, thank you very much for following. I guess. The NutRaisin cup makes my day. Well, I am drinking that tea in style. That is true. Cheers. Should do the heads up challenge against Galfond. I am currently in the process of turning over all my couch cushions. I keep finding change. Unfortunately, no $100 or $1,000 bills. They must be in the other sofa. But I'm following up on that. I'll keep you updated. Why work 20? That's a nice contrast to do your job 21 earlier. Are you related? There's a logical progression there. It's quite funny, actually. Thank you for the follow. Jamaica Aroma. That's a pretty good nick, too. Thanks for following. To the 10-20 cents challenge. It is a slight step down. A slight. That was not easy to say. I always blush inwardly when I hear the Nut Steep, but it has become a thing on the channel. Der Alte, thank you very much for the 9-month resub. It's quite a number. 2 more, and I need to take off my shoes to count them. Keep happening, Gary. 061E, thank you very much for following, and I really appreciated everybody so far had a name I was able to deal with. I am horrible with names, especially the lead speak ones, the complicated ones. Stare at them for a minute and give up. James Hunter, go on, Raisin Lad. I'll do my best. I mean, we could the 5 and the 10. Let's actually lead this. It's not Raisin, it's leading. I guess it's not leading at this point. Is it donking? And the bigger question is, should I know the difference? Alright. I did it for the stream, didn't work. Quenelle and Cherry, or Sherry, maybe? Thank you very much for the follows. How did the stream end? I was, of course, watching for 3 hours, but was booting up my own channel. I heard Phil was down on the end a little bit. We got a few spots. We got this one, which is pleasing enough, I'd say. RT LeBlanc. Thank you for the follow. And the Wee Folk, also with the follow. Thank you very much. Flush Hype, it is the highest attendance ever, yeah. I believe 6 days after I started streaming, there was a Jane Anders raid with a little over 1,000 peeps. I have to check the numbers, actually, but I believe this is the biggest raid I've ever had. The only thing saving me from making a complete fool of myself when the raid started was that I had a slight heads-up warning. Otherwise, I would have completely lost my shit. I know doing the Jane Anders raid, I certainly did. I mean, granted, back then, you know, I was streaming for 6 days, and that just took it out of me. And now I'm a seasoned veteran. Well, I'm a seasoned something. Do turn the open ender, still have the top pair, spade blocker. And stay focused. 14, thank you very much for the follow. So I'm going to bet here with the queen. Well, turning this into a bluff. Actually, no, never mind. We have some showdown value on this board. The bet would be to prevent losing it against a Jack-10, basically, something like that. The Ace-4, Ace-5 we would have heard from on the turn. That's probably not in there all that often. So, I like checking, looking back. Nonsensical jokes are the best jokes. If you've come to the right place. You've clearly come to the right place, Glory Man. The Fan in here as well. Shout out to the Fan, a fellow RIO streamer, and you might have seen him modded up and doing the channel as well. I don't know if you were modding it up today. The Fan, thank you very much for the Prime sub. Hugely appreciated. And the Fan, as I said, a fellow RIO streamer and a high stakes no limit player. So huge shout out to him. If you are bored, if 4 cards are just taking it out of you, you want to see what magic can be done with 2, the Fan is a good place to go to for that. He plays NL 200, NL 500, was the first legend on RIO as well. So shout out to you, the fan. Thank you very much for the sub. Who else do we have? What else did I miss? Dog is only for the slow attended stream. Yeah, Louis the dog is currently... I don't know, I don't smell him, so he's in front of the door. Usually I do smell him. He's a farty dog, man. That is one farty dog. The Pokebras in the channel as well. Welcome back, Pokebras. Pokebras, another streamer. I'm sure you're familiar with him. He is on the Twitch streets every day streaming some PLO tournaments in there as well. And otherwise, No Limit Tournaments has a bunch of giveaways on his channel always. He's a nice guy. In MP, this might actually be a tiny tad too weak. I'll check it out in just a moment. Defending the big blind here is working out alright. For a given value of alright. And I also, the 2NL Shark and Ringo 282. Thank you very much for the follows, everyone. You are making my day and no mistake. So let's check this one out. Where we turn a straight. And here I didn't see reason to bet at any point, even with the top set there. So that was MP. We did take it down, I believe. Yep, taking down confirmed with the queens. I have a feeling the solver would, or like if I look it up, the hand's gonna tell me the king 7-6-5 would be fine. The 7-4 and MP maybe a tad too weak. I mean, it's not. Then it's not a big deal if it's by 1 pip, but still, would be interesting to find out. So let's look the hand up. In case you're wondering, always after the fact. Never at runtime. Anywho, bet on a call. Once it goes bet call, the sexy eye flush, we let it go. And it is indeed a open. It's ooh, nice river for you. And what did Ruth call with? I guess a better flush then. No. Oh, straight. River the nut straight. And didn't I have a single, what was it, club? Oh, I had one club. Okay, so one club blocker. I guess. Although I don't know, with me left to act behind, I don't know if I'd call in Ruth's shoes. Oh, I'm never saying that again. In the shoes of Ruth. Let's go with that. Okay, it does sound dirty, which is why I blush easily, and that's not even a joke. I at least blush inwardly whenever I read it, but it has become a thing. On the channel, due to no doing of my own. Raisty, Ace King Queen. Wait, well you see it, I'll just stop talking at this point, apparently I'm no good at it. The Ace King 10-6 and double suited, there you go. Got it on the third try. Flop the pair, both backdoors. And the gutter. The hands that raise, we block a bit. Block 2 pair. Have that king, have that ace. Blocking draws. You learn anything from Phil today? No, not a thing. I had a tough time even looking at hands. Between modding, making clips, reading the chat, and having the commentary in my ears. That's all I could do. The multitasking is a myth, man. There's a myth. Don't check raise bluff river. The results are not up to date, by the way. Matter of fact, we're down currently for the month, or we're breaking even, I believe. We're somewhere in the break-even vicinity. More things keep happening. The Lazarus effect. Just think about that one. Lazarus, wasn't that like a Greek god of death, or somewhere along those lines? Or not Greek, probably. I'm woefully undereducated in that realm. Anywho, thank you very much for the follow. Probably nothing of interest is gonna happen here. This one, however. Let's go for the check raise. Never mind, abort. Still not folding. Well, beat all the nines, I guess, and all the air hands. All the ace, king, queens. No jacks, and he doesn't have jacks or queens, and we take it down. Ruckler's the next home game. Oh, I assume you're talking about the streamer home game. Because the home games of the channel happen on Friday, where we have a small free roll. There's like a €6 prize pool and a €1 bounty on my head, and it's a play money tournament, so it's fun. If you guys want to join, then feel free, type !home game in the chat and join the shenanigans. This is epic merchandise. I deliberately took out the merchandise command when I heard there was a raid incoming because it didn't want to look desperate. Disclaimer, the merchandise only exists because some people wanted to have a NutRaisin cup, and you don't say no to that. All right, so certainly betting, and we flop a wrap down here called closing action, I believe. Yes. And always c-betting, of course, this board in a 3-bet part, in a squeeze part. All right. It's not like we're folding at this point. Come on, Jack. 2 pair takes it down. All right. That's not a German accent. RT LeBlanc, I worked very hard on my accent. Well, no, I really didn't. It came naturally. I spent a year in the US and worked in Canada for 2 years, so my accent, it is not very German, no. Well, I actually can't even do it now. Can't even do that Schwarzeneggerish accent there. Yeah, and also by trade, I used to be, or I still am technically, a translator, an interpreter. And English just always was kind of easy for me. I've been watching all my movies in English for, I don't know how many years now, 20? Yeah, almost. So all that helps. Did you see me mod it up, man? Glory, man? I modded it up like among the best of them. I banned people. I banned the view bot, which showed up in like 20 iterations. Ask for a German joke and it'll leave you without a doubt. Well, there's a well-known one, but that one has been making its round through Reddit, and I believe everybody heard of it. It's the how many Germans do you need to screw in a light bulb? And the answer is none. We're very efficient and we don't have a sense of humor. A bit small here again. I mean, nah. I don't want to get raised. It's a stupid spot with a on the paired board, but with all the backup. I mean, it's not going to be good all that often, the backup that is, but there's a spot to call after the sequence of events. It's probably this one. Hope we're only up against a 5, not against jacks. That'll work too. That'll work too. Okay, I'm gonna take a note on that in a moment. Also, Shazam, taking one down. See, that's where the German accent comes into play a little bit. Get to the chopper. Can't do it. Artil Blank, I will cherish that comment for quite some time to come. Saying, I'm sitting here saying he can't be German. The German idiom there would be, directly translated, would be that goes down like oil. Meaning that's a very, very pleasant thing. Wait, that's correct, right? Yeah. Yeah. Specify German. It's funny because there aren't any. In Canada, well, I spent 2 years in, what's the name? It was Quebec, like 60 kilometers north of Montreal. I was in a very small town there. I was working for Enzyme, basically. I was paid to be a professional smartass. I checked and corrected video game translations. I think I almost entirely retranslated voice 1 of... Shit, now I forgot the name. Saints Row 3, I believe. Since that was the translation I saw was from Google Translate. The translation I got given there. So yeah, for 2 years, I basically pointed out mistakes. I like to say I was paid to be a professional smartest. Like, this is wrong. This is how you fix it. And my work was done normally. Quite enjoyable. Pretty much played to my strengths too. I've been called the smartest in German, and when the first year in the US, after a couple of months, somebody called me the smartest there, and that was the point. I stopped, like record scratch, and I was like, I've been called the smartest in 2 languages now. Maybe those people are onto something. Complete rap, no heart. Well, not a complete rap, but close enough. And in position, alright. Table 2, we took it down with the Ace King King. Gurik! See, that's where the German comes in. I can do the umlaut. Thank you very much for the follow. Nothing to do. Not gonna bluff here. Doesn't make any sense. And he went for the blocker play, huh? I bet he was happy that that turned out he had showdown value. And I need to catch up with the chat. Dimensional merchandise. Yeah, don't bring it up again, Uncle Schnitzel. Still giggling. If you were German, I would say, hey, you're the other German with a sense of humor then, huh? Because I heard there's another one. Garrick, the Gelfand challenge is indeed over for today, yeah. It's gonna continue tomorrow at 4 o'clock GMT, British time, or 5 o'clock German time. Yeah. The German jokes are the best jokes. They are gonna take over the world. I take that back. People get nervous when Germans say something along those lines. Not sure why. I think if you put the facial expressions I made when saying, like in slow-mo, that would make for quite a nice clip. Anywho, now he bets, really. Checks the flop, checks the turn behind. Let's see what he's up to. Taking it down. Of course, what I was thinking was so many helpful people in the chat. Yeah, your question, Gurik, has already been answered. Nope. No, I didn't translate it. As I said, I was just as smart as. I wasn't aware of the game before, and I loved Saints Row 3, but the subtitles for Male Voice 1 were completely translated by Google Translate, and we were on a very tight schedule. I managed to convince my project lead that this is not going to be never going to be in a state. It's not fixable, and I need to retranslate it. So I basically retranslated the subtitles for Male Voice 1. And when I was done with it, at the very end, or mostly done, we found out that the subtitles for all the other voices are different too. And that's when I just went like, okay, well, that's all I can do here. Unless you delayed it, you get a serious amount of translators on this and delay this project by half a year, then it's just gonna have to stay like this, which it did in the end. And it was like proper Google Translate stuff in there. There were mistakes that no English speaking, no German, nobody who knows English would make. I think the opening line, the intro of the game where they walk through the White House when they learn of the alien invasion or something. Like just before that, I think the president, like one of the Saints Row dudes, like the Saints Row dude, walks with his advisors, peeps from his gang, and they're talking about the poll numbers or something, like re-election shit. And the advisor said to the main guy, doing whatever the context was, said you alienated half the country by doing whatever. And in German, the German translation was, you've turned half of the country into aliens, like literal aliens from outer space. And that was just in the very first minute, like 10 lines of text up until then. So that was fun. Saint Adele, there you go. How do you remember Bracerman? Or did you? Oh yeah, of course you Googled probably. Saint Adele, thank you. I forgot that name. Yeah, so initially, when I was done getting my degree in translation, or my certificate, whatever, somebody told me about that company that they was hiring, and I was like, hey, sure, cool, I go to Canada for 2 years, improve my English even further, that'll be fun. And turns out I was in Quebec. So, rural Quebec too. Improving your English in rural Quebec, not easy. Improving your French turns out almost impossible. At least for me, I tried in the beginning, but the Quebecois didn't make it easy on me. They're nice people though, don't get me wrong. Had a wonderful time there. If you had to be covered in chocolate, would you rather be a nut or raisin? A nut. Like, no contest. I actually don't like raisins. That's a good question. That's one of the better ones I've had so far. What's up with them kings and flopping us sets on admittedly dicey boards? I'll take the quads. Sad face. I did complete the flush draw. We didn't have a single heart. I figured let's keep betting here. Do we call it a 3-bet with a suited? I think we do. The suited pair. We don't want to see a 4-bet naturally. Why do I keep saying this? People, I get the feeling my opponents are able to hear me. All right. I mean, if it's aces on both sides, we're not doing horrible. Like, give me even the singles with the rundown now, and I just get it in there. On the assumption, on the implied hope that it is indeed aces against aces, in which case we'll be doing awesome. But if wishes were horses, right? Was it if wishes were horse? That's either of the two. There is usually very little to mod on this channel. People just get along. Right on, taking it down. Always, always. Well, I am tight aggro on 2 tables. Hey, did you notice a couple of days ago I was very loose? I was loose aggro on a table. That was the nuts, man. I remember it vividly. Good luck with English and Quebec. Oh man, the stories. The stories. Because sometimes calling up for a pizza was like, yeah, hi, I'd like to order. Doot, doot, doot. Like, it was English, so fuck you, bam. And it happened more than once, too. English? Hell no. Denied. You go hungry tonight, sir. But those were, admittedly, those were the exceptions. People were just super nice. Like all the good stereotypes about Canada, in my mind, they're all true. All the Canadians live up to them. They're just super respectful, very, very nice. And it's a wholesome country, man. I was pretty close to obtaining my permanent residency there. Then just my priorities had changed. So I didn't follow through with it. Kind of torn. This is the kind of board I do c-bet on after I squeeze. But I am torn, because if I get raised, I cannot really lay it down. Like the jacks he's not going to raise. If you get raised, we probably have equity. Like, more than enough, I mean. Because that's not a board where the top set needs to raise. Or any set, really. I like Canada, accept everything. Oh, that wasn't my takeaway from Canada at all. The cold kind of gets on your nerves, sure. But, you know, global warming will fix that, so... But other than that, wonderful time. That's like... If my family wasn't all in Germany, I would have moved over there, stayed over there in a heartbeat. It's just nice if everybody's nice, and you call like an official government agency or like whatever the equivalent of the DMV is there. And they're all nice. They're trying to help you. That's for somebody, you know, if you're German, then you understand how extraordinary that is. The 3 rules that loosely translated, I'm trying to translate these. The 3 rules German institutions work under is: we've never done it like this, we've always done it like this, and if we did it for you, we'd have to do it for everyone. Those are like the top 3 responses you get all the time when dealing with government agencies in Germany. I love Quebec. Yeah, I dug it too. So normally there's a little bit more of strategy talk within my means, so I try to comment on my hands, and I try to do so tonight as well. But yeah, there's a little bit more going on than normally. Okay. It's this guy. All right, I remember. Taking it down. Yeah, the cold in Canada can be something else, for sure. I had a couple of days where the hair on my nose froze. That was a new one for me. Hang on. Open-ender top set. That looks pretty sexy. It's never easy in PLO, is it? He checks. I believe we do too. Don't have a 9, don't have a 10. And we do get check raised here, the reasonable frequency. I've noticed in the past. Peeps like to go for the check raise. Well, me included. But he checks again. I think at this point we're good. We're not blocking like a queen or jack. Maybe we get called by a queen jack, maybe with a 10 or 9 in it. That's blocking the draws a little bit. Nope, just a snap fold. You got ace back to back for 20 hands? Well, maybe. Damn it, couldn't come up with anything. Crap. Sounds like a dream. Also too cold. Yeah, it's doable to get the permanent residency. I like the immigration system they have. Like eventually, everybody has a shot of getting in, and the better your qualifications are, the more value you provide to the country, I guess, in a sense. And it's not like the bar is super high there. The easier you have it to get in. I like the system. I think more countries should adopt it. For Gizes? As in, hang on, I have to ask this in the chat. Oh, Anke Schnitzel asking the right question there. Yeah. That's a good one. It's like, never mind, forget it. Don't bother. Vergiss es. But yes, I forgot it. Andreas Fröhli with the host. Check out the new animation, man. I managed to animate the door now. It's not just disappearing anymore. It's actually opening. Feels as good as having a winning day. Still excited about it. Then again, I am easily placed. Oh shit, I almost folded out. Thank you very much, Andreas Fröhli, for the host. Sorry, where are my manners? And a huge shout out to you. If you guys don't know who Andreas Fröhli is, then follow his channel. He is a professional PLO player. Makes a living of it, playing way higher stakes than we do here on this channel. And he's also a coach for the PLO Mastermind. So this guy, I think he knows what he's talking about. Or if you're in Canada, what he's talking about. Better if I get some rest. Andreas Fröhli, thank you very much for helping getting the table started earlier. Cheers. Right, so raise it up here. That's fine on this board, just checking. Does give us the double gutter. Table 3, we took it down with the ace-king. If you get check raised here, no harm done. The double gutter in itself is not worth that much. I mean, there are other hands that give us a decent shot at taking it down. Other cards, I mean. Another 9 would be fine. But yeah, no big deal if we need to bet fold there, is what I'm saying. We got checked into twice, so might as well give it a shot. For Viets, yes, actually I do, and that's the favorite phrase I know in English. And I heard that one the first time in Futurama. It's the what now? I love that phrase. I don't know why. Again, I'm easily amused, but I find it super cute and also super valuable. Yeah, so for Viets, that would be my English translation. The what now? just limping here, which is fine in a splash spot. Something a lot of us picked up on the Phil Galfond streams when he was streaming on RIO. Like before the heads-up challenge, when he was actually playing smaller stakes, encountering splashes himself. He said in the first 2 spots in these medium-sized, smallish medium splashes, he doesn't have an opening range. And ever since then, everybody's been doing it. Or a lot of people have been doing it like this. Tilt day, huh? Oof, not happy to hear it, Andreas. Yeah, agree with Pokebras. Get well soon. Alright, better to call and we let it be. They are excellent, Gloryman, I agree. Those are wonderful videos, Andreas. Okay, let's defend. We have all the flush draws. And here the board double pairs, by the way. Just we might as well keep up with this with that hand. Gives us the other flush draw as well. He checks. Checks to I guess we could check again. Yeah. Get more aces on another table. I mean, it's kind of sad, kind of bad that we blocked both flush draws that missed, but on the other hand, we don't have showdown value at all, so see if we can take it down like this. Turns out we can. And everybody folds around to the small blind in a splash, that's rare. Chase the ace. Thank you very much. Welcome back, my friend. Welcome back to the channel. And thank you very much. The 5-month resub. How time flies. Cheers. Oh, you're on the. I didn't know that you're on the RIO coaching team as well. I did. Yeah, you are on the coach for the mastermind as well, right? Yeah, sure you are. That's awesome. Congratulations, Andrea. I didn't know. Congratulations, Andreas. Sort of a semi-interesting turn. Nah. Not with the missed flush in our hand. Let's not overdo it. 41 entries at PLO 20 now, 24 at PLO 50, 26 at PLO 200. I still don't know what happened there. For weeks and weeks now, PLO 200 has become a thing on run-and-ones, like pretty much constantly every afternoon or every evening with 20, 30, sometimes 40 entries. I didn't even pay attention to it this time, Chase. Yes, oh, good. Happy to hear that you managed to sort it out. That's a bit much if you keep being subscribed to tier 3. That's too much. So glad to hear it. I've run out of superlatives for you on your stream. Oh man, thank you for making it easy on me. I blush easily. And I'm running out of ways to say thank you, so thanks. I'll keep it simple. We do get raised. I figured it's not a horrible spot to go for the check raise here against the Ruklas Nolas. He's an aggressive player in his own right. And we did check raise with some additional equity. Kikazi, I don't know. I'm curious what the rest of you know and say if he was up or down in the end. Last I heard, he was down like 40K, somewhere in the vicinity, maybe a bit more. Not many exciting hands happening right now on our end. Stuff like this. Sonistes, thank you very much for the follow. I hope I didn't forget to shout out anyone earlier. Don't think I have. Not sure much, but it was quite a bit. Never mind. I heard like 60 or 70, but not like anything officially confirmed, as far as I know, at least. Which, you know, in terms of money, of course, is huge. In terms of buy-ins, it's 3.5. $74 is the highest number I'm hearing. That's still be less than 4 buy-ins. I mean, not happy, but not a happy thing, but yeah. Here. Phew. RT LeBlanc, was a pleasure and I'll be back. That is very nice of you to say and looking forward to having you back in the channel. Thank you very much for saying that. Whoa, that's nice. Did I miss anything else? I think I caught everything. More aces with the king and the 6 and the suit. Sounds alright. Sorry, couldn't help it. I prefer not to type anything or not to be distracted by anything when I stream. University being super annoying. Yeah, there's periods like that when you're a student. Luckily, they tend to be sort of the exception. Hey, something good happened. Carice Divine. Thank you very much for following. Yes, Queen Jack 7 sounds good on the button. Good enough. Sorry about that. And flop a pair and a gutter. Actually, no, not a double gutter. A top pair and a gutter. I guess that's kind of important. This might be a spot to just raise up the single pairs. Not something I would do normally here. But first of all, the small sizing is kind of weird. And we do block re-raising ranges. Having that queen is nice, having that 7. All of these, both cards, even the ace, do work as blockers here. Two hands that are able to 3-bet or 4-bet at this point. And we could just turn that. That's pretty cool too. All right. Should see another check. And if we do, let's turn this into a bluff with equity. Equity confirmed. And the flush draws missed. Of course, we block the hearts, but we don't block the nut hearts, so let's just go for the pot. Let you know how that works. Well, it works in the sense that we do take it down. Don't get a call, however. Nice. Yeah, Douglas can't really get away from that. I get it. But Shazam. So, raise it up from the small blind. That part is alright. And let's check this. Of course, not folding. Not too excited if you see a pot-sized bet. And I need to catch up with the chat again in a moment. So he checked the flop behind. Let's bet here then and turn a spade ideally. Well, it does give us a gutter, whatever that's worth. And here we're checking in a moment. King 7, all right. There's the spade. Some delayed action on that card, huh? And we might get called. He might have a flush draw himself. No, never mind. Not if he's folding that quickly. Or if you're a Family Guy fan, not that quickly. Right now you're only making videos for Run It Once, Andreas, alright. At this point, we're breaking even, I guess. Decent enough with all the shenanigans going on. Yeah. More aces coming up. I think we take it down a lot, and I doubt we get check raised here at any reasonable frequency. Do get a call, and what a river. I enjoy that one. Could bet small to induce. Hope he has a 5. If he has a 5 and just called, I'm gonna lose it. Just a tiny bit. No, aces. Yeah, okay. Those ain't raising. Pretty decent turn here as well. The open-ender, the top set, and the second nut flush draw. Pretty strong. Glory man. Glad you could make it. Happy to have had you on the stream. Sleep tight, my friend. Nope. Sorry. Aces. Yay! More aces. Pretty ruddy ones, but we do have a suit. Against Sean. I'm saying that like I have any read on him. Against Sean. Yeah, I guess either way is fine. We could sometimes just complete. Alright. Still a bunch of draws here. They're not coming in. D8, either really good or or a really bad card. I'm probably gonna call here. If it doesn't have D8, we take it down quite a bit. Yeah. I mean, it is concerning that he bet really quickly. Quads! Excuse you me. Alright, alright. That's why he bet so quickly, huh? Nothing to think about. And didn't go for the fake tank there either. She gonna take a note on the timing. Snappy river back. Spot. Pair open-ender flush draw. Check it. Maybe you have an ace-king? Wait. Whoops. I thought I had something else in that hand. And seeing that I didn't have the aces I thought I had, I liked the bet even more. But for some reason, on the river, I thought I had aces in my hand. Well, must be getting old. OMFG! Hey, welcome back to the channel. Good to see you back. As you can see, it is a busy day. The Phil Gaffin challenge is over, and the kind folks over from the Run It Once channel have decided to throw us the raid. Simon, hey, welcome back. Kippery, the numbers. As I just said, I'm very honored to have gotten the Run It Once raid today. Check it, Sean. Check it. No, huh? All right. Yeah, these numbers are pretty unusual. I have to admit. Aces times 2. She's definitely in the larger end, but oof, never easy. I think that should be an emote going forward. All right. Aces on the other table took it down pre. That scared the crap out of me. What is happening today? Jay Nant is coming over with 176 more people. What the deuce? Hang on, let me erase this and do this properly. And even more, indeed. And that's a justified use of all the exclamation marks there. Welcome over to the channel, everybody. Thank you very much for coming over with Jay Nant. How did the stream go? It was a mastermind stream, right? I believe there was no play there. So I'm sure you had a good time and learned a lot. Wait, why did I fold this? Because I was busy doing this, doing the welcome speech, I guess. Yeah, my name is NutRaisin, and it's a party today here. Not least because of you. Earlier we had the Phil Gelfand raid after that stream was over. Now you fine folks are coming along, so thank you for showing up. You're certainly making my night even more exciting. So cheers for that. Yeah, what you see is what you get. I play PLO 20, and I stream and play on a full-time basis. I'm trying to make my way through those micro stakes. Janet, thank you very much for the raid. And of course, huge shout out to you. For some reason, I don't even know why I don't have a specialized command for you, but I guess it's because I can remember what you're all about. And if you don't, then give Janet a follow if you're not already. He is, of course, a well-established PLO coach and mid-stakes PLO player. Has been playing PLO professionally for ages now. And way more importantly, or even more importantly, he is the mining creator behind PLO Mastermind, the PLO trading course that I'm familiar with best and I wholeheartedly recommend. It's done me a bunch of good. And everything I still do wrong, which is plenty, is not due to the mastermind. It's due to me not putting enough study time in. Anywho, welcome over, everyone. Checking it sounds good. All right. Maybe he wants to call aces. No. If that's what he had indeed, and he snap folded them. Right. Let's check this. Day one of the challenge. Veni Vidi Vici is ahead, or as we learned on the stream, Veni Vidi Vici is ahead for the challenge. And I believe it was. What did I read in the chat earlier? I think Phil is down like 76k, so a little less than 4 buy-ins. I could bluff catch. It would be a pure bluff catch at this point. What a nice turn. Yeah, let's. Kind of curious. All right. Yeah, I'm just gonna pot it here with the ace of spades, essentially turning it into a bluff at this point. CRTN Fiddy. I think I'm gonna go with that for the last part of your name. Thank you very much for the follow. Cheers. Hannah Beaton, or Hannah Byton. Oh, thank you. We get the fold. That's huge. Welcome to the channel. So how did the stream go? What kind of stream was it today, Jane Anders? Did you play? I believe it was a mastermind stream, right? If so, then the question how did it go, very up or down, is probably moot. Not moot is flopping the nuts. That never goes out of style. The Shadow Maniac stepping out of the shadows. Welcome back. Good evening back, Shadow. All right. Have those kings. Have those kings. Maybe king, queen? No, at this point. We are always splitting it. That's some energetic music, man. The electronic parts of the song kind of remind me of the Friends episode where Ross plays his keyboard, like his experimental music he did in his youth, with the doorbell and the dog barking. Sorry. That's probably not a nice thing to say about that song. Never mind, I take it back. I stand behind what I just said. Ruklas, I turned the nuts and I was blocking. I turned the nuts on the turn. Well, duh. And riveted the nut flush blocker. But I guess by the time you hear this, you've already seen it. Ruklas is the gentleman that is sitting on our tables with the orange shirt, fellow streamer. Fellow RIO and PLO streamer, matter of fact. No money in poker, everyone's a streamer. Baby metal. Is that a thing? Are you leading me on? Well, yeah, I've semi-bluff. I haven't hit it hard. What can I say? Sure, I hit the nut straight. But I also put a flush out there. That probably tells you more about my mindset than I'd like to. I'm calling it a bluff. Well, wasn't there a flush on the board in the end? Guess we can call. We're deep against him. Might be fun on the right board. Now you guys are making me uncertain. Yeah, of course there was a flush in the end. Okay. Jesus Christ, why can't we be double suited? But we're not, and you know. Peppy Kreitz. I'm not sure how to pronounce that in English. Thank you very much for the follow. Cheers. Wow, that puts us really close at 1,500 followers. I started streaming a little less than a year ago, and that's quite an incredible number to me still. He takes it down. Not flush draw, over pair. Sounds okay. I think Nut is really going to like it with the song. Well, as I'm fond of saying, for given value of like. Guess we could, like, if we get raised, we could re-raise and bluff out the second nut straight flush. No, I'm not that nitty. Also not that funny, but that was my attempt. Maybe bet smaller when we hold the king as well. Yeah. Next time. Nut is always bluffing with the best hand. Capri, you know me too well. Well, I stand behind my nittiness. believe I'm supposed to fold this. I'll check it out. Uncle Schnitzel, thanks for being here. Have a good night. Yeah, that's a perfectly fine fold with the ace 4-4-3 there. "51 entries at PLO 20 now, 24 at PLO 50, and 9 at PLO 200. Get raised, huh? Do we just get it in, I guess, on a board like this? We don't have a single redraw, but there's so many turns that make it iffy to play. He is a little bit short. Alright, alright, hold it, hold it. Wait, that's still us, right? Nice. Karate full band cover by whoever. Now I'm curious about that one coming up. Yeah, nice hand indeed. Okay. I think this is very well worth a shot in this spot. Could just call too. That is probably Kippery right there. Really going with baby metal. That really is a term. Check here almost always. This time I decided I'm gonna continue betting. Now, when I say I check here almost always, I'm not saying that's necessarily the right play. Just saying that's what I do. And now as played checking behind, checking and check folding. That's nice. It can go back to Madonna. No, you do you. You do whatever you prefer, music-wise. Carlo, who just stacked off earlier with the flush draw. I think we're just going with this is a curious one. I 3-bet pre. Yeah, we're just gone with it. Hold it, hold it. No. How dare you? All right. That's not enough, is it? Oh, he didn't have a... made him full house. Damn it. So what did you put it in with on the turn? It's not like he turned all right, but it's not like he turned huge. Check 10, 8, 6. So turn 2 pair, huh? And the open-ender, I guess. But wow, what? Quite an all in there. Supporting PLO for a while, then head to bed, Kippery. Fair enough. Yeah, I'm usually the guy who's asleep. Or the Blue Dabadai song. I actually watched like a half-an-hour documentary on that one on YouTube. Just came across my suggestions, and it was rather amusing. And everybody understands something else. I don't know what you understand, but in the Blue Dabadai song, I always understand I'm blue and I'm in need of a guide. That's what I always hear. You bluffed with the best hand. Yeah, I knew that was you, like immediately. Phew. Certainly is concerning bet sizing. If it was deeper with all the nines, I would raise it, but I think we're getting too many calls, maybe. Shazam. Okay, that's funnier than what I would have suspected. That's funnier than it being a music genre. Shadow Maniac. Right on. That I can get behind. That I can get behind. Ooh, something's kicking off here. Aces against aces, alright. Yeah, we certainly had no business being in there. And aces take it down. And the other aces do too. Alright. Pair and the flush draw. Alright. Guess queen's full or good. At least that's what he's saying he has. Alright. If there was a bluff, it was very nicely done. Kawaii medal. Go kawaii, maybe? Huh. No, then you didn't. And also, spoilers. Oh, because I mean, it's probably not. Yeah, but spoilers. Wait those 3 minutes. It's not a huge deal since you're on our tables. Heads up would definitely see bet. I could still. Gives us a pair and still did gutter. Two pair in the end, huh? Here we turn two pair. See how that treats us. Once the chips are down. Right on. So that's Kipper here as well, confirmed, I'd say. Neat. Let's draw out on Kippery. Did we block a pair from the board in that hand? No. "66 entries at PLO 20. Wow. What do you mean, haha, my face? That's the only face I got. What kind of thing is that to say? No, I guess I made a funny expression. I'm good at that. I'm gonna be wrinkly when I get old. Actually, I'm starting to be old, starting to get wrinkly. Because I'm fond of my facial expressions. Chase the Ace. Thank you for dropping in and for the resub as well. Cheers. Have a good night. Maybe splitting it up. Not you again. Really? Check twice, goes to the check raise. All right. Oh, it's a United related question. All right, all right. "32 entries at PLO 50, by the way. How's No Limit doing?" So they recently opened No Limit 20, No Limit 50, sorry, which is 8 players for this time of day. It's not bad. 30 at No Limit 20, 33 No Limit 4, and 4 at No Limit 10. All right. Valhallelujah. If that's what they're singing, that's really good. That's exactly my sense of humor. Valhallelujah. Yeah, well, hallelujah. That's an awesome video. I just scrolled up. What the fuck is... Oh, sorry. What the hell is going on in that video? And the lyrics too? Jeez, what the hell? I might like the song even. Like, how long is it? 6 minutes. If it was shorter, I'd put it in the playlist. I'm not sure I can do 6 minutes on a recurring basis. The pencils and the horse meatballs missing well hallelujah. What now? Okay, I need to put this video away. Otherwise I'll be mesmerized by it. Yeah, okay. I'll put it in the playlist. I agree, this is an awesome song. It's the first and likely only metal song in that playlist. Will likely remain the only one. Oh, that's just too funny. Sounds alright. Followed by Madonna? Well, at some point at least. Pretty wild mix. That King. Yeah, I bet you like it. 2-pair, double gutter. No join in the end. Decent enough. Yeah, I agree with the video. I just can't keep looking at it, otherwise it'll just completely suck me in with its awesomeness. First metal song where the lyrics are from the IKEA catalog. Hey, Aldi, I'm not sure if you're being sarcastic, but if you are, then you'd be wrong. If you weren't, you'd be right. That one was too funny. That's what I hear. I'm blue and I'm in need of a guide. So it sort of made sense to me. Like a spiritual guide when you're feeling down. But spoiler, turns out they're singing absolutely nothing. It's like dubba-dee, dubba-die, whatever. Or so they claimed in the documentary. Maybe they're running a long con there. This one I'm not folding if I get raised. Hoping it's the ace-5. I really don't see what else it could be. Kings we block. I mean, it doesn't make it impossible. Could be quads, that'd be sad. Just thinking out loud here, it's not aces. Maybe really bad aces, that'd be an option. I'm gonna rephrase it, it's not aces very often, should we get raised. Alright. Yet no cat was successful for a while. That sounds like shots fired. Kind of spaced out here. Let me see what the approach is here normally. I think it's either a fold or a raise fold. The 10 and the 8. I'd say maybe it's a raise fold. Swap versus Antarctica. It's close. The King 10-9 would indeed be just that. It would be a raise fold. King 10-8 technically doesn't get played. Jesus, that on that table we just are pretty good at flopping the nuts. Or as close to them as possible. I think if I could shove, I could just shove it here. At this point, we're not getting away from this one then. If he does bet again, table 2 we take it down. He bets really small, there's not much to do. Alright. Could call, but those $2.50 more. Shazam! With a spot of luck, we managed to take one down. Aruklas, see you later. Thanks for table starting earlier. And shout out to you, Aruklas helped me table start earlier for the stream. And is a fellow PLO player and Run It Once streamer. So if you need more PLO in your life, check him out, give him a follow. Should we YOLO it up? Much rather have that 9 be a 7. Alright, let's YOLO here. As I said, shouldn't be YOLO'd. So he checks the flop, calls the turn. Alright. Just not the 6-5. That's all I'm asking. You're allowed to have the 10-7. Cool. Frau Schwein. Hey, welcome back, Frau Schwein. Just here, doobity. Well, you're a better man than I am. That's what I said is what I keep hearing in this song. But truth be told, even though my English is rather okay, understanding and figuring out song lyrics, not easy in English. Also not always desirable. When I came back from the States the first time and I was sitting in the car with my parents listening to some oldies, I was torn between informing them or neglecting to do so about how dirty some of the lyrics of those, oldies from the 60s, 50s are. At least some of them. I was thinking about check raising there and then folded ace king. Yeah, the check raise wouldn't have worked. Theory just a call sometimes. Yeah, maybe. Jäsken en nit though. I'm a need. I forgot about that flush hype. Thank you for pointing it out. That's the other thing I understand. I'm in need of a guy. That's the other thing. I mean, it's really close to I'm in need of a guide anyway. I forgot about that. Right. Overset and overflush. So that was good. You know what would be hilarious if those guys behind the song would have just released slightly different versions where like the vocals are tiny bit altered, so they actually do sing that like I'm in need of a guide, and like you could probably do it, set up the track, the sound in a way that it's really tough to tell that something changed, that there are actual words behind it this time around. I mean, if he raises, we're kind of boned, but let's hope he doesn't. He shouldn't have many raising hands here. All right. Whenever I watch you, see you making sets. You need to keep watching, Simon. I at this point, I basically need you to keep watching. You at the 992? Ugh. You should have told me. We seem to have an issue with communication there, Kippery. Who's the streamer home game rigged then? That's a valid question. Last week I was rigged for... Damn it, I forgot. Who was taking it all down? Was it Puggy Boots? I forgot. I'd say we let it go here, but definitely call here with the extra money in the middle. Got it to the straight flush. D. Boris, welcome back. Yeah, I'm over the moon, man. Jane Anders was very kind and brought over another raid. It's a 6. It's not D6, but it's A6. Yeah, I'm beyond happy about these numbers, D. Boris, obviously. If he checks, I guess we check behind with the 5-5 flush. Yeah. Der Alte rubbing it in. Doesn't sound like der Alte at all. Cough, cough. Jack to 9 sounds good enough. Okay. How about an 8? Yeah. Pretty decent turn. Not folding here. Oh, big one. I believe Ruklas is involved. Easy game. Nice, but he bets the pot, really? What? Please check, please check, please check, I guess. King 10 is a decent option for him to have. Mystified by that. How do they do it? How do they do it? Okay, certainly gonna take a note on that. 3 bet. Right, note taken. Trying to think of a way of watching myself play. Here is some mirrors. So, ooh, sounds kinky. Never mind, I could have gone for the bluff here. Oh well. That sounds kinky, Simon. Frau Schwein, yeah, I believe so. That's the plan. There's some days where I won't be able to make it. I know next Tuesday I'm not going to be here from the most, if not for all of the challenge. But except for the occasional days where something else is happening in my life, that's the plan, yeah. And do a nightly stream afterwards. I mean, not because I'm thinking I'm getting rated all the time, I won't be. There are plenty of streamers that are moderating and commenting and stuff, so the love is going to be spread around. But I want to watch the challenge in the afternoon. I might do short streams, but I need to get my streaming hours in, so I'll do nightly streams, watch and moderate the challenge beforehand. Yeah, that's the plan. Sluice guy, hey, welcome back. Okay, ditching the 300 table as well. Hey, would you look at that? I'm asleep only on 2 tables now. I'm tight passive, tight aggro, and no reads yet. Okay, that doesn't count. You made the bet full house and river. How do people do it? Must be nice. Must be nice. just maximizing EV. Fair enough. Alright, I figured we do block ace queen, and not to mention the nuts. So an ace6, ace4, like the ace and a low 2 pair, we might get him to fold. Let me check this one, but I believe it's just a call. This is gonna... Yep. That part is fine. And flopping top 2 is pretty fine too. Right on. Check back. I think I was under the gun, so I was first to act. But... marking the hand is a good idea, I'll copy it out. I was blocking the ace 10 there. Me too, 10s and aces. Alright. Noted. Thanks for pointing it out. I'll copy the hand out. Cheers. Thanks for pointing it out. Post flop, I bet flop, bet turn, bet river, basically. Bet flop half pot, bet turn, I believe pot even, or close to pot. And river, I was first to act and bet 3/4, something like that. So he never showed any sign of strength there, just called until then. Actually, ended up calling down on the river too. That's decent, as far as runouts are concerned. Anticlimax. I guess he got lucky a little bit in the end, huh? To split it up in the first place. I think if you call it here, we get to see a lot of free turns. Could raise it. No free turn, no? Alright. Yeah, we didn't block the flush draw at all, I believe, in that one. That's also a factor, I guess. Let me pull this one up again. Ah, left the table. Never mind, I can't. I believe we weren't blocking the flush draw at all. I mean, granted, the pure missed flush draw is not going to call on the river. That's a point well made, Sluska. People overcall, yeah. I still fall into that trap. More often than I'd like. Not much happening for us. However, this is fine. Top and bottom in the gutter. Take it down. And get to defend here against the small blind open. Harris, what do we know? Oh, that's the guy who led part in the 3-bet part, I remember. And caught a, well, not a miracle river, but certainly one that pleased him more than pleased me. Oh, speaking about pleasing. Nice segue. Checks again. Guess I well, I'm sort of torn. I guess I could bet on the flop, having the 7 into queen. But on the other hand, I don't have a pair from the board. Interesting run out. Alright. Not sure I would fold a teddy bet. Maybe, maybe not. Not folding here. Let's go raise 3 bet. Queen on 8 might actually raise this if he opens. Red Nibbler! Nice to see you back. Today is quite an exciting day. Not only the first day of the Phil Gaffon challenge, but Kindfolds over at Run It Once decided to throw us the raid, which was immense. I think for a moment we had, well, for a short while, we had like more than 1,300 people in the channel. And then Jay Nandos brought over all of his friends when his stream ended. So I couldn't be doing better. I could not be happier. How's life treating you, Red Nibbler? We just called. So I think we could, well, for one thing, we can call a raise. That's fine. And just think we get a lot of folds. No. We block the draws, but we also don't have much shoulder value. So I'm just gonna go for the third barrel. Be fancy if he decides to raise it now. No. Thank the Lord. Hang on. The cat. The cat, it's hungry. See, there's the German accent. Wait, no, it's not. Fine. Just Lewis hanging out. So now we beat all the aces. Except, you know, aces. See, maybe he wants to come in. Luis, willst du rein? Hm? Willst du rein, Dicker? No, he does not. He just wants to be left alone. Leave me alone, he's saying. I'm just hanging out. Something happened, I heard it. Simple PokerCom, hey! Thank you very much for the bits. Cheers. Doubly so because I get to show off that fancy animation. Devon needs to have more work done to it. All right, so we called a single raise. We could have bet on the turn. I guess, yeah, I should have bet on the turn. Why not? Holding at 9. Good old 10-3 takes it down in the end. Oh, that's a very serene and mellow song. Let's skip. As much as I like Norah Jones, let's skip over to the next one. Flopping that rap, eh? Wouldn't mind a check. Get a fold, that's huge. Keep it up, guys. Poof. How about a7? I mean, a deuce is kind of cool. Checks again. Good to hear, Red Nippler. Glad to hear it. All right, all right, all right. Not sure if this gets opened under the gun. Let's check it out. I mean, we are not under the gun. We are in MP there. So 10, 10, 8, 6. Let's check it out for under the gun first. Because I honestly don't know. Yes. It's a raise call, so that answers the question about the middle position then. Ooh, that answers a question I hadn't even asked. Man, yeah, I'm honestly, I actually don't have any further information about that. First of all, you're completely right. I completely agree. Having it with the whole cards would be the bomb. And I have no idea if they're if they plan on doing it. If they even, I guess there would be ways of doing it. Like combining, and then both of them would have to be streaming. But I guess one of them could be streaming just to a private stream, sort of. Would probably work. That's a good question. If it would be possible. And if so, if they would be willing to do it. Maybe they will. I'll read up on the mod Discord later on tonight. Maybe there's some talk about that. I agree completely, Stu Scott. That would be the bomb. They would just get all the viewers on Twitch. Wait, did I think I played a hand on autopilot right now. I hope I didn't mess anything up. Like, more than usual. Probably with one guy sitting out, right? Oh, wait on the checking. The commentators were awesome, yeah. What's the name of the famous one? Stapes something? Not Staples, Stapes, right? Joey. I know the name, I know the guy. Like, I'm aware of that the guy exists. I've been listening to him on various poker formats, various poker commentary in the past a lot. But can't come up with the name right now. Just surprised that they got him on board. So let's check this one out. For the pre-flop, that would be middle position, ace 10, 8-5. It feels all right. I would say it's a raise fold. And it's either. Certainly it's a raise, and it can be raise called or raise folded. Cool. And that's down to the 8-4. The ace 10, 8-3, 8 deuce. Same for the 7-3, 7 deuce. Does not get played at all. Cool. We bet small, we have the double gutter. We also have a heart. I guess for this sizing, we kind of have to call. he checks a bet, if he bets small, probably raise. If he bets like this, I'll just let it be. Take it down on table 1. Actually, got on table 2, got it folded to us. All right, no shenanigans on a paired board. Something good happened. I heard it. Jackson91, thank you very much for the following. Getting really close to 1,500 followers. That's impressive. Thank you very much for helping to get there. Cheers. Isn't Runner on Scaff on site? It is. Yeah, it is. Confirmed. We have a nice looking hand here. Been a while since we had a nice looking hand. Whew. You know what? We're not giving up much equity by betting. If you get raised here. It does add some. The 10 gives us a straight. A spade, of course, gives us a flush. I don't think Gelfand would be against it either. Joe Stapleton, thank you very much. Sparks by Dodge. It's an elaborate nick. Thank you very much for putting the name in there. Would have driven me crazy. Otherwise. There's the 10. Yeah, I don't think even Gelfand would be against it. I don't know. Maybe they put something in the Discord, and maybe I'll learn something about it. I completely agree. The challenge would explode. It would be awesome. And put it on a delay, show the whole cards. So what do you show up with there? I guess a flush draw in the end. So we, oh wow, the 6-5-5-3 with hearts. Okay, I think we're marking this guy in green just as a general note that he's pretty wide open and sort of call happy post. Just Stapleton the clown or the coach? Stapleton is the clown. I guess he is a stand-up comedian in his own right, so I guess that's a proper assessment. Oh, you know that for a fact, Kippery? Because it sounds like you do, in which case this would certainly explain it. Opponent didn't, okay. Show the whole cards. Yeah, it sounds like you do. I retract my question, Kippery. Certainly sounds like you do know for certain. Interesting. I guess it's his right as the challenger. Can't argue with that. Tour player. Thank you very much for the follow. It's fun to say player. can't enforce one player to look at the stream. Yeah. True. You know what? I get it too. I don't know. I never heard of the Veni Vidi Vici guy before. I don't know if he I would assume if he takes the challenge, he thinks he has an edge, and he might well. As I said, I have no clue. But it makes sense that he doesn't want to give up on his edge by allowing Phil to check out hands later on, like within a couple of minutes, and maybe adjust to whatever's going on. No, not because of any cheating. I know that's not geared towards me. That comment. Nice try there with the blockers. No, not just because of cheating. Not because of cheating at all. In case of what I was just talking about, but I could see that he maybe, if he perceives he has an edge over Galfand, which is one of the end bosses in PLO, that he doesn't want to give up any of that by Phil being able to see his whole cards on the stream a couple of minutes after and adjusting to plays and moves and the metagame and whatever. Yeah. So I guess then, if that's the case for this challenge, this might not necessarily be true for future ones then. Honestly, personally, I would trust Phil Gaff implicitly, as in completely in these things. Just from the way he comes across, the type of guy he seems to be. But that's just my personal opinion. Blind versus blind here, we flop a pair, a little bit of a blocker, backdoor straight, backdoor flush, some stuff going on, in short. Alright. I'll go for the blocker play. We do have actually outs to improve to a better hand as well. That's what you heard. Fair enough. Thanks for putting it out there, for putting it into the chat, Kiperi. I hadn't heard of that. Yep, does make sense. So, it's a splash pot. We have a double suited hand with a pair. It was a decent splash too. I figured we count a small blind. Normally this is just a straight up fold. We have a gutter flush and the backdoor flush draw. Let's take one off here. Also, there are some runouts we can bluff on. Yeah, good. Also, good point, Sluska. Technically, I believe this is a fold. The 10-8 would be a raise, and a raise fold at that. Let me check up on that. I will raise fold this, by the way. No matter what the matrix would happen to tell me here. Small blind versus button. I think that's the exact cutoff. Like the 10-8 would be fine. No, never mind. With the no, never mind. Never mind. I think that's it. Let's see. Let's get confirmation or not. King 10-7. I was wrong. The 10-7 is still fine. But it is a raise fold. That part is confirmed. Just take one off on the rainbow. Wow, it's a good one to take off. do show up with bluffs here as well, namely queens or tens. Brother. We fade what we need to fade and we take it down. Nice. And 6-8. I'm honestly not sure. I think this is a... Let's check it out. 9 and 6-8. Not suited to the 9. I'd go on limp and say this is a full and the cutoff is not an open. Thinking about raising here, maybe. So cutoff 9-9. Yeah, the 8-7 would be fine, but with the gap and not being suited to the... Actually, the 8-7 not suited to the 9 would be a fold as well. So too little, too late. But here I did have it right. Okay, let's play it, let it go. Make the queen of hearts, of course we call. Or just get it in, possibly. Yeah, call. Ooh. Giving up his edge versus players in the normal. That's a good point, Sparks by Dodge. I hadn't thought of that. That's an excellent point. Yeah, he does. By putting that amount of info out there. Good point. Yeah, that's the last I heard from someone in the chat, Sluska and Sparks, that apparently at the end Phil was down a little less than 4 buy-ins. Lots of good things that could happen here, and one of them does. Them unadulterated nuts. And here, blind versus blind, I decided to raise. And... I almost made a dirty joke there, never mind. I was gonna say I'm gonna go all the way like, but yeah, I cut the like part out. That's nice. If we get that call, that's pretty huge. I like it. Unfortunately, here we don't. 1 out of 2 ain't bad. Ooh. All right. Yeah, I think so. That they will. Well, I'm just guessing here, but I think there's a good chance that they will stream it. Go for the second barrel. Interesting flop. Take it down on table 1. Okay. Gets even more interesting on that turn. Seeing that we hold all those 10s. What the hell? Why am I in this hand? I have no clue. I guess this is splash. Maybe I limped? No. I have no clue what's going on here. But the takeaway is I shouldn't have been in this hand. And table 3, we took it down with all those 10s. And could we just raise it up here? All right. Hold it. Hold it. Holding it. Shazam! Getting some money back there. I like it. Ooh. I better check 10, 10, 7. Check up on that one. Is that a race sometimes? Guess it was like button versus MP or something like that. Let's go with that. Nice, we see the raise. No, just a call. Cool. Come on, Harrison. You're short, there's extra money in the middle. Double suited kings are good. No? Okay. Oh well. Have to do everything ourselves, huh? Got all them pairs. That's a thing. Alright, here we get it in. Oof. Come on, flush. Bail us out. Oh, that'll work too. That poor guy. Getting a tiny bit lucky there. I have to admit it. Ah, brother. We block our own out. We don't block clubs, so that's a thing, but we also don't have a king or jack. Alright. Just call here. A little bit behind on the chat. Yeah, that's also a good point, Sparks. I completely agree, yeah. That if he, like, for the sake of the argument, if he was to cheat, he wouldn't do it in that spot on that forum with the whole world watching, or at least a small subset of the world. Yeah, that'd be bold. Yeah. I completely agree. I think pretty much everyone does. That would be a stupid move on his part. Bah. I bet the turn. A bit smallish on the river. Alright. Phew. Muhaha with a dash of phew. Take it down, have a splash pot here. 4 big blinds in the middle, nothing to sneeze at. We've seen 2 100 splashes in the last couple of days at PLO 20. Maybe we'll catch another one. Incidentally, there are 32 entries PLO 20, 59 at PLO 50 now, and 18 at PLO 200. Go, go, go. RIO Poker, I guess. 43 at NL 20, 6 at NL 50, 10 at NL 10, 8 at NL 4. Just to give you sort of an update. I think it's interesting to some people. Good for them. Good for us. Good for poker. Crows. Yeah. I mean, the turn this did give us hope with the flush draw. The ace, of course, was brilliant. That poor guy. That was a bit nasty. All right. Acceptable, I guess. Also got this going on. He checks. I think we'll just check behind. Phew. Take it down on table 2 as well. Wait, what's going on? Okay. Ian Leo, nice to see you back. Also, Crows. Crow RS, welcome back. Thanks for the good lucks, Ian. It's working. I suck at heads up, but I figured this time I let it go. You know what? On second thought, very tight guy. Maybe we should just try to open a whole bunch of hands there. See if he maybe likes to fold a little bit too much next time. Ooh, only saw the aces and approved. The king's on top, the queen's on top. Make this even nicer. Okay. Get a walk with the aces and queens. Ugh, boo. Angelo, a little bit short. Let's mark him as such. Always handy to have the short stacks marked. 2 pair in the gutter. Alright. Like top 2 I call. Middle 2, meh. Do something. Do something. Nice! So how about you call? You come over the top and then we play 4 side pot too. Alright. What do you got? Kings, eh? Come on, do something for us. Don't give us that ace and leave us hanging. King, king, queen, deuce. Traditionally, not an all-in hand there. Not blind versus blind. Let me see. What's the spot he raised? No, never mind. Not with that action. Don't need to look it up. Not an all-in. Go for lead. Or change, why not? And turn pretty nicely here as well. Watch the stream while grinding PLO 10 makes it more doable. Happy to. Happy here watching. And good luck on the grind. We might get to the 1500s. SSJ Wrath. Thank you very much for the follow. Cheers. Sometimes the grind is tough alone. It can be, yeah. It really can be. Especially if you're like me, and so for some time in the past I grinded while having music on, and then I just stopped having music on, and then really did get lonely every once in a while. Strangely enough, now with the streaming, I feel like I'm talking into the void when I don't have music on while streaming. Funny how that works. It's a bit thin, even with one guy sitting out. I'll check up on it in a moment. Whoa. Well, there's money going in here, no mistake. Yeah. I agree, dude. Let's hit that pot button. You have the absolute complete wrap. The rare side. How can we lose this? Shazam. The technical term, I believe, is Shazam. Nice. If you split this one up, that's pretty funny, actually. The Boros red tag on RIO is for short stackers. Thanks for asking. This guy ain't short anymore here, so take it away. Yeah, I sometimes, when I'm deep, I do check out opponent stacks, but when I'm at 100 BB, I just assume that they are at 100 BB or deeper, which the latter part doesn't matter. And so I like to mark out the short stacks. The tags in general, I think I renamed the command. Is it tags now? No, is it still labels? There you go. Yeah, there you go. So green are the loose passive. The high VP player, like the what used to be called fish, what is now called recreationals. Although that's a pretty bad term because there are a lot of really good recreational players out there that just don't have no desire of playing poker full time, which I can completely understand. But anywho, yeah, green, high VP loose players, low aggro. The rarely seen purple shirt is reserved for the pure maniacs. Blue for the guys who are a little bit too aggro, or at least I perceive them as such. And yellow for the just all the regulars, I guess. People that don't step out of line, have a reasonable amount of aggression, or are very tight, because at that point I'm running out of colors. Wait, yeah, I guess. And OMFG, the max amount of tables is 6. Actually, I'll put it in the chat so you don't have to wait. Which strikes me as a decent balance. I believe this gets folded triple suited. I'll check up on it. But as a general rule of thumb, most of the triple suited hands, a lot of them get just raise folded. Let me make sure though. We were in the cutoff. So this one is both. So I wasn't entirely right on the money there. Triple suited or not perfectly single suited, i.e. not suited to the high card, the solver or the matrix in this case doesn't differentiate between those two. But with the ace king, to make a long story short, it can be either raise called or raise folded. yourself alone in the room. That I do. That was my. So I started. Some of you know that I teach courses at university, like English courses, like conversational English, nothing fancy. I'm not a teacher, for heaven's sake. But I did, long story short, I did that to get out of the house and to keep up my spoken English, which now is not a factor anymore, what with the streaming. But because before that, all I did was the only English I talked was when I played poker, and then it was mostly cursing, limited to a very small vocabulary. Like, you know, the F-bomb and similar words. I, of course, would have loved to go for the check raise here, but I don't see that many stuff that anyone can see bet. Or can just bet, whatever the case might be. So you block it all. OMFG, my pleasure. I forgot about the splash in there. I just clicked my normal 3/4. Would have liked to bet a little bit larger. Because after all said and done, we're still out of position against against the whole table, basically. Still 36 entries at PLO 20. I like it. Matter of fact, we are sitting on 5 tables, all of them full to the brim. So after some initial tough runouts and some mistakes here and there, we're now basically back to break even. Here, closing the action. All right. Oh, sorry. Big one happening over here. Money went in on the flop. He had a pair of 6s. All right. I guess just the gutter. The overpair is kind of nice to have. There are some cards we could bluff on for sure. But I'd probably just let it be. Frauschwein, I honestly couldn't tell you in like any sort of I couldn't express that in numbers, like how much of my cold forward range consists of aces. It is not just aces. There's a lot of other stuff in there, and I'm still building that one. Like there's that's a spot where I'm not aggressive enough. I keep learning with a bunch of hands. So in the past couple of weeks, I've been looking up the spots like these at runtime quite a bit, and was often enough surprised about hands that would be a cold forward, where I would have been instinctively too nitty. So it's safe to say that that range is still growing, but it's not just aces. I have rundowns, I have double suited rundowns, double suited Broadway rundowns, like with a gap or no in there, like an ace king, queen 10, ace jack 10, 8, double suited, stuff like that. I think I'll just, after I kind of unnecessarily bet the turn, I'll try to salvage this and take it down. On the other hand, he checked to us twice on the turn, so I think that's what made me bet in that first place. I believe that is an entirely correct assumption there, Frauschwein, that the vast majority of players, excluding maniacs, shows up with aces there. Pretty much exclusively. It certainly matches my perception, my impression. And that's an interesting one. I mean, against him, I'd just get it in for sure. Okay, never mind. That settles it no matter what he does now. Yeah, money goes in. If he has kings, you know, let's hope. First of all, we hope he doesn't. And then we still have plenty of outs. He does have the king. Come on, do something nice for us. No, for a huge pot. For almost €100 pot there. Ah, man. Well, there's nothing to do in this spot. Correct me, like, and feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, and I'd be happy to learn more about it. But I think that just plays itself. Yeah, given the action leading up to us. That was just sad. The gutter, the aces, the nut flush draw. I was really hoping the other guy had the kings, and the other guy was on like a wrap or something. So we would have had a better chance for the side pot. But if wishes were horses, damn it! First time I did it as a joke. Now it's creeping in. Oh, brother. So yeah, sadness confirmed. Oh well. Still a decent spot. We're doing by no means horrible. Agreeable. Just gonna bet here. Take it down with the ace queen queen on table 4. Certainly flop stuff. Take it down with the nuts on table 1. Good turn. That's a superior turn, I'd say. Oh, sorry. I thought I had checked already. Nice. The min raise, huh? Not out of style yet. Agreeable. Flop and check check. Bet smallish on the turn. He did. She did. Whatever. Table 3, we took it down with the king 8. I think it's a tall order to bluff here, right? In her shoes. All right. Yeah, I said it as a joke earlier, and now it's crept in. Damn it. Strangely, at the association, it feels like a missed opportunity to have one of the Lannisters say that in Game of Thrones, because there were a lot of horse abound, right, in Game of Thrones. Pretty easy going in that regard. To have that line in there. Probably a check a decent amount of the time. Certainly checking it now. Maximum sadness. Well, maybe not. Phew. Didn't turn the queens into a bluff. That's something I'm gonna take a note on for sure. So more on the conservative side, apparently, that Angelo, maybe? Also agreeable. Pretty funky. Oof. Turn to flush draw. Yeah, I guess. Always happy to, Froschwein. If you have any questions, like anyone else or you, then yeah, put them in the chat. You probably noticed already that I do like to talk a lot. So questions come in handy in that regard. Check up on that one. I think it's fine. Button versus cutoff. King 9, 6, 5 it was, right? Yeah, just fold. Curious that the King 9, 8, 7. Oh, I'm looking for single suited. Hang on, that explains it. Because that would have been weird that the King 9, 6, 7 doesn't get played. But that's fine, that's a fold there. The King 9, 6, 5. So. No fear, huh? Oh shit, I'm showing the wrong table. This is why I was hem and hawing here the whole time. He kept betting half pot so far. Alright. I beat all the queens now. Hey! That actually will do. Interesting. Wait, we took that one down on table 3? Okay. I'll take that. Also pretty neat. Did I? Ace Jack 7-4 double suited? Doesn't sound like me, does it? Doesn't sound like a 3-bet either. Mm. Alright, you probably got us, but for this sizing. Oh god, you got us that way. Wow. DeBoris, any chance you remember? I'm gonna ask in chat, so we don't have to wait. I really hope I didn't. Let me see, maybe I can find a... What was it? Ace Jack 7-4. In the hand histories. Let me see. Ace Jack... Can't find it. One table left to check. Ooh. We're out of position to the sitting out guy. No guy's sitting out anymore. Checks. Oh, there's one, yeah. Hang on. Was the last table I looked, of course. It always is. I did? I really did, yeah. Oops. So let's see, I'll show the hand history in a second. Okay. Certainly calling here once. That's alright, gives us the bottom end of the straight. So he raises, we were in... I don't know what position we were in. In the small blind. Yeah, I definitely spaced out there. For this, I think, sure. Oh, he had the better... Wait, did he have the straight? No, this... Didn't have the straight, but he had the excellent blockers, didn't go for those either, huh? Still 31 entries in the PLO 20 pool. That's rather nice. And no limit 20 is gone strong with 35 as well. Right on. This one I need to check out with the dangler, if it's a call. All right. King, Queen, Jack for... Actually, I think it's not. So if I keep making moves like that, and maybe at some point, yeah, it definitely isn't. Then maybe at some point I need to call it a night. At least this one I caught. So for it to be a call or a 3-bet with the King, Queen double suited there, the other two cards need to be really connected once we're in a spot like this where a bunch of peeps are already in. So it would be the King, Queen, Jack 9, 10, 9, Jack 10. These would make fine either calls or raises. Catch an interesting turn here. Neat. The YOLO is going to be the rarely seen YOLO fold. Yeah. All right. Let's defend with a pair of jacks. Flop a gutter and little else. Can you guess who the 25% river bet person was? Really, on my tables. I wish you good luck, but you probably don't need it, seeing how strong of a player you are. Nah, never mind. Never mind. Good luck, Boris. You have one take. I'm gonna go with you. My second choice would be Phil Gelfand, but, you know, he has his own avatar. So unless it's an ace-4 or ace-8, which is certainly possible, we shouldn't be doing too bad here. Nice. So here we call. Kind of hope Spencer at least calls, giving us a much better price. Oh, that'll work just fine. Come on, king. I do have a pair from the board, but two backdoors. He might not want to see bet this overpair. Against 3 peeps. We'll see. Do turn the nuts. Okay, that's everything quite easy here. The YOLO all in. Let's see what that means. Oh, you had all the kings, huh? That was a YOLO all in. You had all the kings too. Never easy in PLO, putting that heart out there. Ooh. Thank God you didn't bet when you show up with. Ace 10 8 6. So at 10 8 straight, alright. And not a single heart himself. Okay. Intriguing. That's the part, eh? We just repotted. We do have the deuce, which is kind of nice to have. Don't have a single club, which is also kind of nice. You can call chasing clubs. Block the Broadway draw a little bit too. Interesting spot from his perspective there in table 4. Just starting to think if maybe there's a situation where you can start to put your opponent on an exact hand. Seeing that I checked the flop. I mean, I could have had really strong aces with a strong redraw or something there too, I guess. But basically comes down to the same hand strength in the end. Speaking of which, take it down on table 1 with the jacks and the 9s. And closing the action called here, have a gutter to the straight flush. Might be fun. Perfinite board, 2 backdoors. That mic though? Sounds like a high-end radio show. Rafael Madeira. I'd assume you're kidding, right? Because it's a really cheap, it's a relatively cheap headset. Most backdoors. All right. That's none of them backdoors coming in. And now SPR-wise, it's a stupid spot. Hope it's a draw. Nice! Phew! I did, however, put an equalizer over it a couple of days ago, so to my ears it sounds a little bit better than before. And the better mic is in the works, but it needs to wait for another couple of weeks. So dude, now if you're kidding, you got me this time around. Because I want to believe that it sounds alright now that I put the equalizer over the whole thing. Too tired to play PLO 50, but need to get some hands in. Oh, so that's why you had PLO 20. Yeah, fair enough. Okay, everybody keeps checking. The 5 changes exactly nothing. Also, belated Shazam. That was a nice takedown there. Nope. Take it down here. No joy, no joy. Not one of those 1 in 4 times where we do flop the set, huh? Might get another chance at it, though. Nope, never mind. Also, welcome back, Raphael. Completely forgot about that part. He ends up taking down on table 4, nobody else called. Yeah, I've got my eye on a microphone, and I also need a boom arm so I can move it around, since I move around a lot, and I can't have it on the table because then it would pick up vibrations from the table. And I need a preamp too. Luckily for the preamp I can go cheap. So in total I'm looking at like 200 euros. So it'll have to wait a couple of weeks for a new mic, but it's in the works. Because I also have an idea for some fun stuff on YouTube that's still poker related, but not necessarily poker playing related. Some additional YouTube content just for shits and giggles. And that's where it would come in handy too. That's something I wouldn't want to do with this mic. Rafael Madeira, awesome. I'm beyond happy about that comment. Cheers. I guess it didn't sound that hard for a headset. Admittedly, like it's not a very expensive headset microphone. It didn't sound that bad to begin with, but I think the equalizer helped it along a little bit. So thank you for saying that. Makes me rather happy. The big pot happening over here as well. Can hear a bit of distortion. Yeah, it's something I need to look into, and I probably have that done by the next stream. There's a limiter plugin I didn't quite get to work the way I wanted to, and right now it is clipping a little bit, and quite easily too. ASMR confirmed. My deep, manly voice. Nah, it's the rather squeaky one. Just felt pretty. Yeah, fair enough. Demoros, thanks. I get a little bit too. Thanks for putting it in there. I get a little bit too enticed, too excited by these double paired hands in spots where it shouldn't be. So I'll just take what you set there as at face value and try to implement it. So thanks. You had the set, you had the kings or the tens. Nice one. So if that is you here, let's actually put you in the friend of the channel color. There's by no means, I'm not asking for you to tell me who you are on the other tables, but is that you as well? Because I have a similar note on both of these players, and now you saying you were sitting here. Need closer pairs ahead OTG. Sounds good, like an 8-8-5-5, where you can make some straights as well. I don't normally watch ASM artists. That's good. That'd be a good nick for a channel. Would make an exception for me. I need to double check and Google ASMR, but it's like something that, like, very calm voice that sort of relaxes you, and ultimately you probably end up falling asleep, right? Sensory meridian response. So it's oh god, damn fancy words. It's an autonomous sensory meridian response, sometimes autosensory meridian response, meridian. It's a tingling sensation, typically begins on the scalp, moves down the back of the neck and upper spine. It has been compared with auditory tactile synesthesia and may overlap with frisson. Okay, I'll just ignore all of that sentence then. Although synesthesia, I know. Sounds like a Disney princess too, but okay, so the wiki, oh, wow. The wiki thing, what is an ASMR video? There you go. relaxing, often sedative sensation that begins on the scalp, moves down the body. All right, so it's a video. It's content that's supposed to relax, right? All right, cool. Son of a what? Did I say something? Did I say something with son of a what? Then it probably is. I don't go for a strong swearing. Then it was probably son of a gun. I think that's the only one I use, like ever. The only phrase with son of. And that's a rather nice term, actually. It's often used as a praise, right? You son of a gun, you got me. This is checkout worthy. Actually, I'll wait with checking out because I'm not sure how to handle a 3-bet. I guess at the cutoff it starts to be fine, maybe asking a little bit much for the MP. Certainly fine on the button. Let's check out all 3 of them, I guess, yeah. Check it out for where we're at. MP first. Interesting turn. Yeah, the MP, that's just a fold. It's not not played. And I usually don't play this hand. It kind of weirded me out. Let's check it out for the cutoff then. And yeah, that sounds good. That sounds good as well. 5s with the king queen. In the cutoff, it becomes playable. All right. Is Jack 5-5? Oh, okay. Yeah. It's something that, sadly enough, I'm very much aware of. Not that I shouldn't be cold calling much in the small blind, but yet I do it way more often than I know is right. So it's a very much valid comment. It's just something I seem to overdo. Unless it's double suited, really connected. All right, I'll write that down or copy that out actually as a general note on that. Thank you. So voice one of the many triggers. That's the gist of it. Okay, cool. Ginger snaps. My win rate up until for the most of the last year, I honestly don't know it exactly since I haven't imported my hands from RIO in ages. For a long time, it used to be around 8 big blinds, and then November I had a pretty horrible month, so there I was down for the month. December I was up a little bit, but not much, and now January is not going all that great either, so I suspect the win rate took quite a dip. And if I would know it exactly, I would tell you. Defending here sounds alright. Yeah, this time. I noticed it this time. No, it wasn't a song. He didn't say anything this time. That's probably an important thing to point out too in that context. So, blind versus blind. Actually, three-handed. Sure, I want to keep playing three-handed there. Yeah, I agree, Raphael. I've for years and years, for almost 20 years now, I listen to audiobooks when I fall asleep, when I walk the dog. And the ones with the soft-voiced narrators are perfect for falling asleep too. Unless they get too exciting, then I just lay in bed like, oh, come on, go on. What happens next? Divorce, why not? Oh, it is. Don't worry, don't worry, don't worry. I wouldn't do it otherwise. I checked with RIO support, and just to point it out and to say it for the record, I always only check it after the fact. The PLO matrix is only good for pre-flop stuff. And I never check it. When I do check it while preflop is still happening, then I always explicitly say on stream what I'm going to do before I check. Like, that's why I sometimes say I'm going to raise it anyway, fold it anyway. But it's a valid comment. And on all the sites that I play on while I stream, I checked with support to make sure that the matrix is fine. And matter of fact, Rio confirmed that it is indeed fine. Yeah, I'm too German for that. To do any shenanigans in that regard. And to risk anything. It's a valid thing to point out, though. Don't get me wrong. Yeah. When I first started streaming almost a year ago, I checked with support and asked them about the matrix. They actually, they weren't aware of it at that point, and they took like 2 days to get back to me and told me it's fine. And I did the same on microgaming. I know that it's fine on party, stars, and come to think of it, I don't know about party. Party, I have to ask. So it's actually good of you to point it out. Since I only started to play on party recently, I'm not sure what the deal is with them. Strangely enough, when it comes to poker sites, I actually read the terms and conditions. One of the reasons why I'm not too excited about, or why I stopped playing on GG, because I'm not too excited about their terms and conditions. Manojax, hey! Nice to see you. It's a party today. 2 pair. I actually let these go. There's not many turns that make it easy to continue. I'm at the 400 table. Yes, I am. I'm sitting right here. Limping it up, always a good idea in the small splashes. Yeah, I'm still sitting on 4 tables. 2 pair here. Oh, that's nice. Elzita, 111. Hope I'm not mispronouncing that too bad. Thank you very much for the follow. Might get to 1500 now. Only 5 follows missing. Like hint, hint, nudge, nudge. I usually don't do that. Yeah. Don't really see what calls if we raise that we beat. It has to be one optimistic dude that calls down with the straight or a pair of kings, ace king. Check up on that one, 10, 10, 4, 7. The sidecars feel a bit too disconnected to call. Would have been a fun one. Sort of. Yeah, and that's perfectly fine. 10, 10, 7, 6, 8, 6, 9, 6. All of these hands are calls. 10, 10, 7, 4 double. Just a fold. Oh, now I hear it. Now I hear the ASMR part. Just a fold. Boo. I guess we kind of want to get involved with Spencer. Again, one that's worth checking out. Make this 6 a 7 and I raise it. Let's say. Yeah. I know that for an absolute fact, DeBoris. That's fine to use. So, button versus cutoff again. That ace, that pesky ace, huh? But we block ace king, block ace 6. She probably would have let it now, I hope. Don't screw us over. Oh. YOLO indeed, my friend. YOLO indeed. Last time YOLO folded. Why couldn't he bring himself to do it this time around? Jesus. I mean, he still had a decent draw. But no hearts, or at least no heart draw. I don't know. I guess it's fine. It was a big part of that point at that point. Yeah, I don't want to like actively decide. I enjoyed my time playing there on GG Poker. The action was quite nice. I like the, I'm a knitted heart. I like being able to run it multiple times. Yeah, that's it. Right, accidentally having a HUD open, which is why I played on. Hang on, why I played on Natural 8 when I did play on GG, because they say that it's fine for them to have Pocket Tracker or Holder Manager open in the background for playing on other sites, of course. But I also got told that like the banning is handled by a separate department that's not specific to the skin you play on. So even they have it in their tasks, like Natural 8 does, that it's fine to have those two trackers running. You still might get into trouble from the from the network-wide security department, whatever. But yeah, just want to point out that I don't necessarily want to decide. I had some good experiences there too. But there are also a bunch of... All I'm saying is do your research if you ever want to play on the GG network. Go out of your way to read the terms and conditions and all the secondary documents connected to it, and do your research, and that's all I'm going to say. About that, I was going to check out a hand, right? King, Queen, Jack 6 double suited, I believe it was. The one we lost there for buy-in. That's still fine. And matter of fact, it is still a raise with the 9-6. On the button versus the cutoff. 9-5 is a fold. Okay. On the whole, I'd say I'm reasonably happy with how I'm playing there, like today. Some mistakes. I feel in the big spots, I haven't stepped out of line too much. I am aware that the small spots keep adding up. Don't get me wrong. Defend a big blind, and what a board. Just gonna call, probably check behind if he checks. That's better than a spade. Unless he leads it out. King, King, Queen, might want to call. King, King, 10, blocking straight draws. reasonably deep. More than 2 buy-ins. Pretty sexy turn, I hope. It does look pleasing for now. Just double checking to make sure that double suited king hand there would have been a raise fold. Not a happy turn. Don't block hearts. We don't block the straight draw. Oh, man. All right. Jesus. Certainly didn't block that at all. So he has a diversified YOLOing range, huh? YOLO check, YOLO raise. And this one we split up. Raphael, yeah, it has been cancelled. I don't know the reasons, and not even sure if they're public. If there's much information about why it has been cancelled, but it has been cancelled. That part I can confirm. Pair open ender, 2 backdoors. We get raised here, money goes in. Three bet from the big blind. Alright. Jimmy. Jimmy has a pretty aggressive face. He has his war face on, doesn't he? Oof. Not the droids I was looking for. MP Adam, what are you still doing here? I thought you'd be asleep by now. Nice to see you back, sir. Nothing happening for us. Big pot happening here. I only saw the tail end of it. Do have a decent hand now in a 3BB splash. All right, that'll do. Over here, I think a round of checking is in order. Well, you know what? We have a really tough time improving here. So on this board is a pretty weak hand. Let's bet a weak hand. We do get raised, so easy let go. Oh, you were that short, I didn't notice that. Building that set doesn't do anything for him. I thought the terms were too bad for his backers, huh? Alright. Cheers, Flush Up. Thanks for putting it out there. Alright. Need to let go. MP Adam. Awesome. Yeah, I mean, that viewer count, I know, right? Not only did we get Run It Once host in like an hour or 2 hours later, Jay Nandis himself brought all of his peeps over, giving us a further boost and making this a enjoyable and rather memorable day. Wait, no, I guess this is sort of fine. Even weak tens can get raised on the button. A lot of them get called too, even single-suited ones. We could check up on these particular ones. Ah, they're close. The 10-10-6-4 gets raised, and indeed gets raised called, single-suited. 6-3 doesn't get played. So it's not a huge deal, but something to point out, I guess. Kept seeing, yeah, the man, I was excited for the challenge too. Figured something was up, yeah. Oh, the Jungleman versus Phil challenge, that's gonna be off the hook. That's gonna be legit crazy. Pookie Boots. The session is going sort of meh. It's not going horrible. I think at this point we're down like 3-4 buy-ins. Got run out on a lot of big spots. I may keep making mistakes here and there in smaller spots. The big ones, I'm happy with how I play them. Not much to be said about those. How's it going in your end, Puggy Boots? Were you streaming today? Went to the pub after dining. Oh, what? Perfect. Some cleanup work at this hour? Keyboard sounds, ASMR hype. Oh, I usually try to filter. I thought those filtered out already. NutRaisin think you know. What do I know? Can say aggressive Roy. I don't know. I believe it's a fold. Actually, I take back the I don't know. I think it's just a fold, but let's check up on it. Cutoff versus. Ooh, that's neat. Cutoff versus under the gun. And that's the flop they got, by the way. And that's correct. Folding the ace deuce. All right. Right. Oh, that's what you meant. Yeah, we did talk about that. And I still could not be happier for you. That is just an awesome, awesome thing to happen. I know, right? The Janet's rate as well. F and hell indeed. All right. Yeah, congratulations again, MP Adam. Flush hype. Hang on, I might have missed some things in the chat. Am I gonna keep this Twitch name? Oh, hell yeah. It's mine. I'm keeping it. Hells yeah. Oh, and right, I did forget something. DeBoris. Yes, next to Harrison. I think I'm leaving my A game well and truly behind now. Been what? More than 4 hours at this point? Maybe not too much longer, we'll see. Even though I'm enjoying the heck out of this. Was this a splash? Did he... Oh no, it's blind versus blind. Okay, phew, that makes sense then. That I'm in the hand. Made some PLO 20 and PLO 50. How did it go? Nice turn. Take it down on table 1 with the turn set. All right. Be funky if you get raised, seeing that we're a little bit deep. Interesting one here with the jack and the redraw. I'm gonna bet. Take it down on table 2. Did not get a call. Looks alright to me. Yeah, he's gonna check all of the straights behind. I don't think checking to induce is the play here. Like, what is he gonna bet? And if he has a flush or even a straight, he might want to call. What is minus EV? I'm trying to figure it out. Might have been the Queen 766, right? In which case you're most definitely right, I'd say. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be the greatest table, right? That 400 table. And I've been thinking about ditching it too. You pointed it out. Probably will have me ditch it. Yeah. We have plenty of other tables still. Spencer likes to limp. I don't think we have any business in this one. Yeah, the money he got from us doubling up there with the wrap earlier against the top set, apparently he didn't manage to hold on to it. Oh, something happening over here. Interesting, we do block the 10. Okay. Puts a bunch of stuff out there, that queen. Does give us a gutter. Wow. Alright. Gonna be almost impossible to get paid. I know, but maybe not the 6-7, Jack 7. All of these can call. I think that's what was up here too in the end. The Jack 9s hit a queen high straight. Fair enough. Ain't nothing happening for us on any table currently. This guy's still short? Yep. Okay, so you can keep the red coat. Sorry about that. Hey, we have a hand. Most of fun, at least. I really don't table select these stakes, yeah. Usually no need. And sometimes there's a table in there where you go like, maybe we can do better. Gutter, the jacks, backdoor flush draw. I think I'll let it be. Here we call it closing the action. Not a great multiple hand for sure. Table with Spencer. Yeah, the Spencer table is good. That's this guy here. Actually, we can put him in a blue shirt. He kind of deserves it now. I have the weirdest déjà vu. Like, sometimes I can't quite put it into words, but I have some déjà vu involving this hand and me losing it. Don't want to jinx myself though. Let's raise it up. Top two. That'll work. Oh, there's an all in here. Versus tens, okay. Aces versus tens in the end. And €1.60 splash, 8 big blinds. Looks like Larry is pretty loose there as well, judging by his avatar. Sadly, I don't think we should partake in this one. Just need to let it be. Okay, so confirmed that this is not the Boris, because if it is, then you just blew my mind with the limp. Still. I could raise it up, I guess. Here in table one, certainly not too interested in calling. Oh shit, I guess I could have played a min-raised hand against Spencer. It wasn't a great hand, so not much loss there. Here, this is... Let's see what happens. Curious to think what we do if Spencer raises. Do we want to ISO him with that hand? We might. No, he doesn't. So we just 3-bet. That sounds alright. YOLO. It's a one-syllable spot, and that syllable is... Well, that does help. Not gonna lie, that does help a lot. Still don't block spades, don't block draws, so let's not bet too small. Potting, maybe a bit too much. That will actually effing work. All right. You had the better hand. What can I say? So he was sandwiched. It's not like he checked it back last to act there, but how the hell did he only check this on the flop? Wow. How do they do it? So it was a king 10-4. He shot up the king 4. I guess he was blocking his own out. He didn't have a spade. There was a big pot already on the flop. I'm surprised. So that is a fun table confirmed there. But unfortunately, it's not very fun for us right now, this table. Jesus Christ. Sad face. Your position on me on that table? Yeah, okay. So that only leaves that, because I don't think you're playing short. So you have position on us on both tables then? Ugh. At least on both tables we know that you're sitting at. Like you need to have position on us, man. That's unfair. I call shenanigans. I'm in position on restore, yeah, so that only leaves that spot basically. Chi-ching! Hey, nice to see you, Chi-ching. One of my favorite streamers on Twitch when she streams her No Limit tournaments on the weekends. Check her out. It's a very nice lady. Right. Would love to see a turn. Double gutter, backdoor flush, no club blocker, and a pair from the board. Sorry about that. So he goes all in, huh? Seeing that we don't have a club, I guess we have to let it be. I was just checking teaching. Good line. Yeah, cheating the VO count is easily explained. We got the run it once raid once that Phil Gaffan first day of the Phil Gaffan challenge was over, and then to put the cherry on top, Jen Anders raided like an hour, 2 hours later, as well. Tour players, oh, that's you. I'm not hating it. Yeah, I'm not hating the check. It surprised me a little. February 17th, the action starts for you in Malta, huh? That's not that far into the future, my friend. Two pair, gutter, backdoor flush. I guess we get it in here. Nice hold for a change. Very nice. Turns out we are still allowed to win pots. I like it. XG, ZUS, thank you very much for the follow. Cheers. Almost at 1500, man. Thanks for getting me closer. Oop, they're playing an all-in. Also, belated Shazam. Haven't taken one down. I guess. Let's just splash money in there. And I don't think he raised too much so far. Ooh, we get aces. Long time no see. Me. That is a decent board, multi-bay. That's true. I do have the accent seat on Spencer there. In that table. Not one to complain much anyway. Well, maybe a little. All right, all right. Don't have any other high heart. Don't have a queen, a king. Maybe we can get a call sometimes. Would be neat. Oh, there's... Oh, it's action on this table. Block anything of relevance? Yeah, a little bit. Good game? Don't tell me you're leaving. That'd be a bad beat right there. Here we got raised and flop the wrap. See what comes of it. Backdoor flush draw on the wrap, huh? I guess we parted for a change. It's tens. Not even the ace. He doesn't even have the decency to have the aces. At the tens. Ugh. Jesus Christ. So let's try to ISO that Spencer character. Would be neat. XGZ, hey, XJesus. Oh, there you go. See, I am bad at these, at the lead names, at the Twitch names. Not too great on those. Thank you for clearing it up. Welcome to the channel, mate. Play Raz, Omaha, Texas 7 Deuce. Love all the poker games. Well, if that extends to PLO, then for that part, you've come to the right channel. Because that's all that's happening on this channel. Do take it down there. Have aces here. And these, I'm fine with just calling on the button. All right. I could call and turn it into bluff on the heart, and sometimes I do. And an interesting one here. Yeah, not a huge surprise, but again, a very enticing bet sizing there. Ace is on the Spencer table, eh? All right. Let's have something nice come of it. I can work with that. What did hero ace 8 there versus Spencer? Was that the spot I hit ace 9? Man, I'm curious about this one. I mean, I do have some additional equity. I might turn it into a bluff. Yeah, let's. And pot it on any non-diamond, non-pairing run out. Only get called, that's good news. And that's quite nice. Here's, but he checks into us. I guess we check back. We do have a decent amount of short-term value right now. All right. No, snap. Oh, he did have it too. Well, what can you do? Except not run this sort of bluff. Damn. Well, that one I can't blame on anybody but myself. Yeah, so what happened there with the whole bet safe thing? MP Adam, you're too nice. Hero call incoming. Yeah, that was a good hero call too on table 2. I didn't get to show it since we were busy with the other hand. Ace is on the Spencer table. Wait, over here. Bah. Maybe. Hmm. All right. It's not very helpful. This, however, is. And checking here. We're good. If we get a call, looks like we did. Very nice. I did see the first non-sub who tells me when I started streaming, which month will get a sub. If that's the message in question, that one I saw. And hugely appreciate it. MPM, it's very, very nice of you. Oh, someone else didn't see it? Or you didn't see it? Curious. Look at that nonsense. Alright, a decent splash has been limped in so far by everyone. And it's not like we have much to work with here. That kind of settles it. And possibly this Christopher dude is the same guy as Spencer over here. Certainly are the only two loose aggro players very loose aggro players, matter of fact, on both tables. Pookie Boots. Cheers! Thank you. Wish it would have worked. But ain't that the case for all called bluffs? I do have a microgaming table open here. Elite Steel. Unfortunately, I don't know which hand this is in reference to. Just if you still remember, just let me know. I also have always these like table numbers here too, because my hand recollection is rather sad. And that helps me out. There's always calling there, yeah. Yeah, he bet 5. Oh, that's what you mean. He bet 5 for a reason. Yeah, agreed. Looking back, we agreed, certainly agreed. That looks alright. Get back to that in a moment. So let me, just to make absolutely sure, let me read out that message again. MP Adam very, very kindly offered for the first one who correctly guesses which month I started streaming to receive a sub, and with that, a shiny pot emote. All right. Oh, you're really short then, huh? There's a lot of money in there already. I guess we just come over the top here. We have 2 pair, we can draw it that way. If we're like, we might be free rolling him, he might be free rolling us a little bit. We'll see. Okay, that kind of solves that. That also is rather pleasant. Single raise pot. Check the flop. Flush hype, guessing correctly, February is exactly it. The stream anniversary, the stream anniversary is gonna be, we flop nice here, is gonna be on February the 6th. Thank you very much, MP Adam, for doing that. Thank you very much. It's such a real Discord. whatever works. And now the board pairs. I honestly don't think it's a problem. All right, happy to let this go, however. "28 subs you gifted in total on this channel, MP Adam. Wow. That's actually pretty insane for a small channel like this. Thanks. This gentleman left the other dude left the table. I'm not sure if this is a new loose aggressive guy. No, wait. No, it's a different guy, right? He had a different name earlier. I think the avatars sometimes lag behind when somebody joins the table in someone else's place. Not a big deal. Once it gets dealt in, I believe it resets. Well, after this hand then. Stromiel, hey, thank you for guessing. You're close? I believe it was February the 6th. And I still have that very first stream saved on my YouTube. I have to set it to public one of these days. For some reason, I have set it to private. For no particular reason at all. All right. Shadow Maniac, right on the money there as well. How did he figure it out on Discord? And now he... Wait, what? No, he leads? Alright, I guess we need to let it be. Oof. Do something nice for us. Showing up with the set there in the end, huh? Well, not much we can do about that, given the hand has played out. Are you shitting me, MP Adam? Going above and beyond everything there. Gifting us up to Legends Killer and SDK. Do you again. Thank you very much, MP Adam. That puts a smile on my face. And no mistake, now I'm even at 30, yeah. I'd say. Thank you very much. What do you mean ad sounds? You don't like the sounds that are in there? I have you know that Foghorn is a vintage. That's a wave file from the IRC days. Like, I've had that file for, I'd say 30 years. 20, 25 years. Oh, let's not keep this guy waiting. So far so good. Need to fade a little bit, and we do take one back for the good guys. And so he bets small on the flop, checks the turn. I guess we bet fold this at this point. Yeah, and check behind now. Come on. All right. It's a bit nicer. Flush, I try to remember February 6th. I would assume that there's something's going to happen on that day too. It's going to be a Thursday, and I think there's going to be a giveaway of some sort happening on that day. Thank you very much again, MP Adam. It's pretty crazy. It's getting to level 3 streamer for the 1-year anniversary. I don't think it's in the cards just yet, especially with me streaming only once a day for now, or for the most part, and rather studying a little bit more. I appreciate the sentiment, Poogie Boots. Don't get me wrong. Prepare for noise. Ooh, even more noise? I'm too old for more noise. Not sure I can take it. Well, what crazy thing is gonna happen next? It's been 3 already. Actually, my rule for one day. If three really crazy outlandish things happen, then I'm gonna call it a day and go to bed. I've been up to 2. I guess we're not really up to 3. I think the Jane Anders raid and the Phil Gelfand raid definitely count. I'm scrolling up in the chat here in case I missed something, as I'm wont to do. That's nice enough. Giving us, if not the absolute nuts, then close to them. Did we get a call there? I was momentarily distracted. Nope, not a huge surprise. That we took down, okay. I'll just let this be. Whew. That's not bad. Just a straight flush, huh? SDK, yeah, it was courtesy of MP Adam, who just went above and beyond everything and went a little crazy with the sub-gifting. So he called and we, for a change, got to show off that straight flush. Doesn't happen too often. Did you get a call? You are too nice, Chiching. Table 1, we took it down with the c-bet there. Here, let's check it. First IKEA, then Amon Amarth. I guess that's another metal thing? Oh yeah, there you go. Strengthening me gradually. You just might. The IKEA song I enjoyed, much to my own surprise. By which I mean they're not a metal fan, it's just my kind of music normally. Christian is not short anymore, at least for the moment. Not necessarily the happiest board for a pair of kings. He checks it though. Did we pot it now? Or provided he checks, I mean. We turn the wheel. Alright, let's call. Doesn't check, but bet small. So I think the king jack would. I think I'll get it in here. The king jack would get it in. The king nine would probably get it in at this point. And if it's a king nine, it's not. It's there's some other stuff in there, some other high cards in there, pretty often as well. Talking about this one, obviously. Let's get it in. Hope for the best. Nice. I bluff you not. Getting me 1 inch closer to the 1500 followers. Thank you very much for the follow. That is very nice of you. And also Shazam, that was a good spot. Good pot to take down. The Way of Vikings. I am in awe about two things when it comes to metal music. The drummer, they just blow my mind with the and also the singing. Like, it has to be tough on the throat if you go like, the whole time. All right, that's a little bit thin to try to ISO him, but maybe not. It does play better heads up. That's the other side of that coin. We flop all right. Good that you just call. Him raising would have put us in a weird spot. The 9963, yeah? Called within the small blind. Wow, that's a pretty loose call there. But it worked out. Okay, checking it here. Overpair the gutter into a second nut flush draw. Taking together don't sound horrible. What? Okay. We still take it down, apparently. Monk screen. Been there, done that. The Shazam. Oh, since I increased the size of the alert box, it's not intended that the Shazam covers the whole box. I have to redo it, and I don't know how it did that one in the first place, so that's gonna be tough to do. Did have the Ace King. kind of surprised about that. Yeah, for some of the alerts that happen like on the bottom of the screen, I had to increase the alert box, and I didn't think about the old Shazam thing and the legacy Shazam in there. 2-person record, I think. Might be. It probably doesn't help that it got renamed to like added a Z or something at some point. Something good happened. Ollie's dad, John, with the follow there as well. Thank you very much. I think that's 1,497 or maybe 98 followers at this point. That song is always awesome, by the way. How fast the drums can really be. Take it easy on me. I'm a metal virgin. So we river 2 pair. So you bet the flop, check the turn. Might bet it small if he checks. He bets we have an entirely different decision. I get a little sad. Swing and a miss, I'd say. We do have the top pair. I guess we could make a run around a full house. It might just be good too. Rarely, but it does happen. Ooh, a big one here involving transfer channel D. Boris. D. Boris. Indeed, it's 1,498 followers. So thank you, Ollie's dad, John. Turns out to be good here. Nice little surprise. For a tiny pot, but still, I'll take it. I guess we could limp it in on the button. Who's a good boy indeed? Who's a good boy indeed? My good boy is, I believe, outside the door, but I asked him earlier, he didn't want to come in. But he did have his last of his stitches removed today, or I guess like sort of like metal clamps, metal, I don't know what they're called, metal, what are they called? What's the word? Thingies you use to keep a wound together instead of stitches. So he had those removed since he had a little wound in his, oh, big pot here, wow. Little wound in the side. So he's a happy camper. Louis the dog. Oops. That's the interesting table. You going to bed? What are you going to bet? What are you going to bet? No, you're going to bed, huh? Yeah. I figured. Don't mind me making stupid jokes. That's rather good news, not having to battle it out with D. Boris, especially here in table 1 where you have position on us. Except for the spades, the hands that can re-raise, we kind of block these sort of decently. If everybody checks, let's bump up the raise size and bet size and try to take it down right now. True place, you wrecked that guy good. Which guy? Oh, that was you winning that big part here. I'll put you in the front of the channel shirt then, if that is indeed you. Let's take a look at that hand, that big part. Ace Queen board was a single raised part. Wait. Yeah, it was a single raised part. And then on the river it went like raise on the Queen 9 and you had the nut straight. The other guy had aces. It was a 2-pair 5-8, I guess. I don't know why he went crazy on the river. The other guy, well, good for you. How did that happen? Come to play. Come to 50 or 200 sometimes you can play. Right. That's a decent enough turn. And down here... of no use to us, that river, unfortunately. Turning 2-pair and a nut flush blocker at this point is kind of neat. We're still good, that's awesome. So here, what's going on? We have the pair, we have the front, the backdoor flush draw. I guess we have to see a turn. It's a decent enough one. Stromiel, that is odd that it doesn't work for you. Are you on Windows 7? Because it's not designed, like it's not designed for Windows 7, but it worked for me before I upgraded to Windows 10 last year. Did take that one down, that's cool. Oh, sorry, I didn't show you. I think I didn't show you that hand. It was a small flush we, the one with the small flush we turned. I hope I showed it. If not, I clicked the wrong button, I apologize. I would love to help Stromiel. So, first of all, do write to the support. They are eager and happy to help out. They are usually really quick. I have no idea how that is this time of night, but there's always someone on from support. You can ask on the Discord, see if someone's on there. Let me actually check. Two folks from Runner Ones are online in the Discord, or you could write an email to support at RIO, whatever the address is. If you don't have it, I can find it for you. Down to heads up here. Let's not do that. I suck at heads up. Kind of a funky turn. Oh, a good turn, I guess. Let's see what comes of it. Yeah, Canada definitely don't have a problem in regards to like country restrictions or anything. Ask support, and they're always eager, and they're usually very, very quick trying to help. We still took this one down. That is enjoyable. So that's you. Tour place confirmed here. I have an interesting one down here. Well, semi-interesting one, pair and flush. And now it gets a little bit more interesting since that gives us a gutter. Oh, speaking of interesting, that one has potential. Don't want to see a pot size for $6. Yeah, we have to call, and we will in a moment. And that's not very helpful, unfortunately. Not when we could bluff on either. DeBoris, thank you very much for the good lucks. Took it down on table 3, but I believe you saw I kept it in focus, I believe. Got a mark with them kings, and nothing else happening currently, but in large amounts. Shumil, yeah. Do let us know if they are able to help. Curious to hear. All right. Here, closing action we called and flop a flush draw, and that's pretty much it for now. Maybe just checking. Turned at 5. Bets. Okay, easy fold. Another easy fold at this point. MP Adam, thank you very much for digging up that email. Yeah, I forgot about the domain. Okay, I'll gladly take that. Really? Always the mantra in the spot, don't pay the board, don't pay the board, don't pay the board. And also bet again, please. Call it, call it. No? Okay. Still. Decent spot, decent pot. We're still down 5 binds on rounded ones for the day. Yeah, some part of it certainly due to my own shortcomings as a player, to my own misplays, and decent parts of it as well due to just either running into our top of our opponent's ranges or them catching nice turns or rivers. Yeah. That part will turn around. The other part I can work on myself. Open ender and the set, and if he's kind enough to raise, oh, never mind. It's going to be a short sentence since she is short. He is short. So not much else to consider. All right. Spots like these, where it would be nice to hold up a little bit more often today. Defend a big blind. Oof. All right, all right. More min raising going on. Well, I can't quite raise it, I think. Not let's call and color raise too. You return a top pair. And you return pretty nice as well. Not only min raising, also the min betting now, huh? Alright. Some good things that could happen there. Do you have that straight, really? No. No. So you know bets, we have that 6. Alright. Where is he? We get to raise. Actually get the 3-bet. Is what I meant. And we'll never know what ended up happening there. Against Selena, we flop a top pair with a gutter backdoor flush. Out of position, let's bump up the bet sizing. Plus the open ender. Yeah, this SPR, there's like nothing to be done but to get it in. Is timing ever a factor in that full flush pot? Depend like on whose end. I believe it is. I think timing tells are a thing online, which is why I usually take a minimum amount of time before I act in most spots. It's too small of a splash. To consider calling with that hand, I mean. So I definitely say so, yeah. And that four flush pot. Yeah, I did like the speed he bet with. That's for sure, which is why I was optimistic that we might get a call there in the end. Okay, for pot, that's a little much. Over here, we flop some potential. Like, for example, MP had him in that spot. If I was to bluff there, if I only had the ace of spades blocking the nut flush, I probably wouldn't, like, snap raise or snap bet on the river or on any street. Call, closing the action. So, oh. How do we go about this then? Need to take a 1 minute break in a minute or two. The amount of tea I've been drinking is starting to get to me. Here I'm still gonna call though. He does have some full houses. Sometimes he does show up with tens or queens that don't have any redraw and want to be careful on this board. Don't have any blockers or something like that. Nah, never mind. Okay. Pairing a flush draw against a big blind could sometimes bet it. Against a small blind, I wouldn't. Against a big blind, sometimes, yeah, sure. Make that two pair. Kind of intriguing. So, Coolin, hey, welcome to the channel. Blocking the spades, we'll just let this go here. Ugh. One of those spots where I was half inclined to just fold it. It's not, except for the obvious 8 or 3. There really isn't any turn where we go like, yay. It's just tough to play. Even if you have the best hand right now, we don't have it often by the river. And even should by some miracle, we do have the best hand by the river. Like, apparently we don't here. Then it's gotta be tough to realize that. Winning hand and actually get the showdown. Yeah, so cool. And I can do English, German. I can say a few sentences in Spanish and French, and that's about it. I never learned the first thing about any Asian language. Unfortunately, never came up. Sort of an interesting turn, gives us the gutter. A little bit of a blocker and then that flush draw. All right. That will actually work. Yeah, always take a little time. I think it's good advice. It's something I neglected to do for a couple of days, especially with the checking. Once I started using hotkeys, or I put a hotkey on my mouse to check or check fold, just so handy to, hover over the table and click to check. But I noticed that I stopped taking time to check, and that's a timing tell in itself. And it does have an influence on my decision sometimes. Of course, then that's where you can get into leveling too, where, you start the fake tank or sometimes the fake snap, I guess, to various ends, but that's a whole different bag of ferrets. Game download address, hang on. No download command, strangely enough. Actually, I can give you the exact download link too. Shouldn't have listened to Arcspire before the bedtime. I assume that's some very energetic metal as well. I did notice some rules that I'm starting to adhere to as well, like don't necessarily watch comedy just before I go to bed. And things like that. Okay, be back in 1 minute. Alrighty. I have to reset the RIO tables. Since the last patch, the sitting back in doesn't always work for me. It's not a big deal though. Breakfast. I like the rolling R in that. My nemesis when I was learning Spanish. Oh shit, that was unintended. Hang on. There you go. All nice and fixed. I feel pog champy. All right, a bit more of PLO coming up. Actually, that was the first time I got up in 5 hours, 30 minutes. Gee. That's certainly not GTO, but on a day like this, I don't mind. What with the raids and all the excitement. Oh, hang on. It's getting late. I think I do deserve a small drink. All right. Oof. Okay. Nope. As far as nicks go, this is among in the top 3 today. Violent Leprechaun, thank you very much for the follow. 1,499 followers, and it seems I'm not running out of reasons to smile today anytime soon. Thank you very much, Violent Leprechaun, for the follow. This is a bit loose, right? Where's here? I'm fine defending this, for sure. Ooh. Let's lead this. Let's not go for the check raise. I feel I'm going for the check raise a little bit too often. If we get raised, we get it in quite happily here. Speaking of happy, he calls. Well, we're gonna bet again. Take it down with the ace queen on the other table. Now it kind of bites us in the ass that we block everything, like all the draws that missed. But on the other hand, our showdown value is exactly 0. I would prefer to block less, like all the things we want him to have that missed. We have kind of have covered there. Thank you. This is turning into one marathon stream, so I guess the chances of me doing an afternoon stream tomorrow are kind of getting smaller at this point. And speaking of that, I think I calculated or I planned too optimistically. with the afternoon streams. Maybe I'll just forgo these at all, because if I keep doing the afternoon streams and the streams pass after the Phil Gaffin stream, I just have zero time to study, and I really want to put more study time in. I need to put more study time in. I believe that has become apparent during the stream as well, that I have plenty of holds, plenty of leaks in my game. So I think I'll adjust the schedule and just forgo the afternoon streams. It's, as it is scheduled now, it's only a small but short one anyway, 1.5 hours. It's barely enough to get my head into the game and find my footing. So going forward, you heard it here first, I guess. Going forward, I think I'll do only the nightly streams for pretty much as long as the challenges continue, I'd say. I had the vague hope of maybe being able to study on the side while the Phil Gaffin challenge is on, but seeing that I've been asked kindly and offered the opportunity, I guess, as well, to mod it up during those, there's absolutely no chance. The chat was flying. I had a tough time. I don't think I was able to follow a single hand from start to finish and go like, oh, so that's interesting. Why do you, so interesting that you did this and that and whatever. Just no time with the commentary on one ear, then reading the chat and making clips and answering, helping out in the chat. Impossible. With all the jacks, I think I'm fine betting here. This might be a case of oversea betting a bit, where it's not strictly necessary. On the other hand, if you get raised, we just get it in and we're never in horrible shape. And man, in the beginning, like before I started streaming, I had no clue about the streaming world at all. Barely ever watched Twitch. But I did notice that all the streamers used the we, like the royal we. Oh, we had a good day. We did well. We made a mistake. Whatever. I thought to myself, you know what? I'm gonna be different. I'm not gonna do that. Because it kind of sounds weird too, at least in the beginning. But it crept in, man. And now we use it all the time. Is this a bit thin for not for MP, for another gun? Let's check it out. See, that was one of those cases where I just checked really quickly because it's convenient having the button on the mouse. So it was the Jack 875, right? That strikes me as too thin for another gun. Probably even for MP as well. Let's confirm. No? Wait, let me double check that I have the right hand. Jack 875, yeah. No, that's fine. It's a open, it's a raise, and it's a raise call at that. All right. So I was talking about a little bit earlier in the first stream today. I started to get into video editing a little bit, since I save all the streams locally so I can export them to YouTube without music, yada yada, that whole spiel. But since I have the files locally, I figured I probably have enough time to start making best of, like daily best of videos with highlights every day, since it's done relatively quickly, the whole video editing thing and splicing it together and all. So that's probably something I'll do going forward. Post them on Twitch and on like a day later on the YouTube as well. And maybe that's interesting to some of you if you miss a stream and you want to keep up to date, and that should be a way to do it going forward. Interesting board. Rainbow. Here I'd like to go for the check raise. Leading of no use in a small pot like this. Oh, never mind. confused it with this hand where we have the jacks. Here we just have 8 jacks singular. All right. Yeah. Let's raise this up. That sounds all right to me. Sounded all right to him too. I dig it. That king I could certainly do without. Search for Alex Hefner on YouTube. All right, will do. We'll do right now and keep it open for later perusing. Did we take it down there? I believe we did. Yeah, we did. By the way, perusing is a fun word. I guess we reached the linguistic appreciation part of the stream. Okay, never mind. It sounded weird even to me. And I have a pretty high tolerance for weird. What did you say? For some reason, copy paste doesn't work. Hefner. All right, will do. I'm folding here. It's 10-9 deuce. I think it's a... I kind of folded on autopilot there. MP Adam, I'm amazed that you're still up, mate. See you later. Thanks for being around for this long. And, you know, not to mention the gift subs. Thank you very much, Adam. Nice! That was a good one. That was a good one indeed. Shazam. Speaking of good ones, we have a few other interesting things going on. Got a flush draw, just gonna be a check or a call, depending on whichever comes first. All right. The board pairing, never fun in these spots. Certainly not impossible for him to have tens or... But he checks. On table 5, we take it down with the ace-king. If he checks again, I'm gonna bet this. Yeah. Although, you know what, the kings, the queens, they are gonna call, not to mention the 10. And the draw we want him to have, we had ourselves, so I take it back. That's not a good bet. Is that Björk? Agent Special, no? The down chatted, no? Doesn't sound very Björkish. The voice sounded like Björk there for a moment. What can I say? I'm a techno guy. I make mistakes like that. So Flash App, yeah, I found the Alex Hefner gentleman on YouTube. I'll check him out later tonight. If there is a later tonight, if it's not going to be like early tomorrow. Hmm. Not the flop where we put the rest of our money in. Only thing that would be sort of dicey is if he checks and we turn a queen. I guess turning an ace would be a little bit nicer. Cuts down on his aces. That's a long tank. Good try, my friend. All right, how about we turn a deuce? No? Additional heart is pretty exciting as well. Ooh. Ace, king, king, 6. Looking mighty fine. Okay. Out of position, always bumping the bet size up a little bit. Certainly on this board. Where we didn't block any of the draws. And this guy is just super fond of open limping. Yeah, yeah. We have a small sample size, but VPIP of 89 and not a single preflop raise. Okay. In a 8 big blind splash, we catch a nice preflop hand. How about that queen? No! Just what the doctor ordered. Putting 2 flushes out there, though. 2 flush draws, and we are deep, so... Checking feels a bit too weak here. We do have a heart, that part is nice. And that's a superior run out. I am going to go with the pot size, because I do show up with bluffs here as well. So it's not like I'm totally way towards pure value here. Snap fold. In that case, probably wouldn't have made a difference had we bet smaller. Cameroon with a K. What's up? So the gut shot to the nuts, the backdoor nut flush draw, and 2 overs, huh? Alright, the most you can bet is what, 602? Oh, let's start out by hoping he doesn't bet. Oh. Alright, alright, alright. Kind of torn. Like, I guess we call. We can bluff possibly on clubs. And he did check that flop behind. So hitting a king, hitting an ace might be good. That certainly isn't doing anything for us. And it's just a spot to give up. Might be fun opportunity to short stack on a PLO 50 table. The only trouble is the guy I would love to short stack against. Oh, we took this one down. That's sweet. Is short stacking himself, but I guess we give it a shot for a bind or two. Yeah, let's. Yeah, I did play short stack sort of semi-professionally for 2 years, reached up to PLO 100, sometimes took shots or followed people up to PLO 200. Mostly short stacking. I think, I actually don't recall anymore. I believe it was 30 big blinds, and at some point I switched to 50. So it is something I actually put some study time into. And having a short stacker that sort of knows what he's doing at your table is not very fun if you're not short stacked yourself. Luckily, that normally doesn't apply when at least at the micro stakes. It's a whole different ballgame in the higher stakes, I've been told. But not even sure if I've seen, I must have seen 1 or 2 short stackers at the micros that were decent, but that's it. Luckily, they usually aren't. Oh, gateway songs. You're trying to get me hooked, huh? I see, Flush Hype. Right. So case in point is just a fold. And I'm convinced that this guy we marked as Maniac, and he lived up to the name, or to that category earlier today, in the first session of today. And I'd bet some money that he's not a good short stacker. Not saying I am. Just saying I'm good enough to recognize bad short stackers. That'll be a hard pass. This, however, 6-5. Actually, now it does bite me in the ass that I haven't short stacked seriously for almost a year now. Quite sure what this is against an open. I think it's a raise, get it in. At 15, at what, 30 big blinds? We got some other hands coming our way. Blind versus blind. So, we flop potential, I guess. Not sure from the big blind if this is not a raise. It might be. Let's go for this for a change and check it out in a moment. Alright, we might not like where this is going. Have the aces. We have all the suits, however. Ooh, that's a good start. Come on, don't screw us over. Nice! Got a little bit lucky there. Equity-wise, we weren't doing horrible. Shazam! Do let me check this one out then. So, say you're on the button, you have the, what was it, King, Queen, 10, the under the gun raises. It is not a re-raise, just a call. Surprised me in the beginning when I started looking up starting hands and what to do with them pre. But button versus blind is a slightly different scenario. But I was on the wrong track there, it is indeed. As I had feared, it's just a raise call. Okay. Even with like all the double suited kings there. Like even with the ace queen, ace jack, ace 10, whatever. All these nice looking hands. Okay. This is way too nice to just check it. Okay. It's pretty strong. Get that call too. That 6 is pretty helpful. Puts the straight draw out there. And get snap called. Pretty neat. 7 and 5. Nice to see you. I am doing rather excellent. Thank you for asking. How are you doing? Yeah, all is well. Poker could be going a little bit better. But personally, I'm doing fine. Family's okay. As you can see, the day of streaming has been rather exciting. Still a whole bunch of people left here, kindly watching, spending some time with us. We got raided by the official... Oh, hang on, sneak. Got raided by the official Run Once channel. And then later on, we got raided by Jane Addis to boot. So that was pretty awesome. Poogie Boots. Calling it a night. Doing a session review while you listened. Awesome. Good night, Poggy Boots. And shout out to you. If you guys want more PLO in your life, you don't know where to get it, check out Poggy Boots' channel. A new streamer, but an old-handed PLO. Very nice guy. And a fellow Run It Once streamer as well. Give him a follow. He's a good dude. 140 more, I guess you have us. You just most certainly do. Nicely trapped. Closing the action. Decided to call. Might as well check that one out too. And it is indeed a call. So all is well on that end. And lucky Shazam there, Flush Hype. I'll take it. I'll take it though. In a limp pot, I decided to limp along with very mediocre kings. None of these guys raise it up a lot. And here, letting it go for almost pot. You know what? We might like the crazy dude or the very loose player at least. I think he had the wrong tag. He's not really crazy. That Fari gentleman left this table. Table is still fine, but he joined another table of PLO 50. So let's short stack on 2 tables. You know, within reason. I'm not gonna go multiple binds deep there. Let's play a few hands. Short stacking PLO 50 on the side as well. If the flu, it's really is going around right now. Pokeboots just ditched his after weeks and weeks of being sort of miserable, I guess. So I hope it passes quickly. 7 and 5. Get well soon, yeah, great. And when will you see me at PLO 50? So here's the plan regarding me and PLO 50. I need to improve my game. That's a given before I want to move up again. And now that you're talking about the flu, my nose is running. So here the money just goes in. This SPR. It's the beauty of short stacking. There's really not many tough post flop decisions. He caught a nice flop. Can't argue with that. Right, so about PLO 50. I am gonna put more study time in next week's. To that end, I'm not gonna do afternoon streams, just do nightly streams during the Gaffon challenge. And if I'm happy with my game going forward in like 4 to 6 weeks, then in March I'm looking at starting to take shots at PLO 50 again. That's the plan right now. Might get delayed a little bit. I probably won't move the timetable up. But yeah, that's the plan. Not as bad as a spade, but still not a fun run out. That'll work. What the deuce? Okay. Oh, by the way, I should point out, table 5, table 6 are the short stacking tables. The rest is regular, good old PLO 20. Get aces on table 1. Take it down on table 2, blind versus blind. Oof. Okay, so we were a little bit deep at the beginning of the hand. Meaning for some reason we would be able to see a turn and it's a diamond. We can actually still bluff with diamonds with the nut flush blocker. Get aces on the PLO 50 short stacking table. And that's of no use to us. I guess on a jack or a king we could have also bluffed. What? Okay, I guess stranger things have happened. Flop a little bit nicer with the aces this time. Short stacking. And take it down. So there really isn't much calling in short stacking. I wonder, I don't remember if this is the one of the few exceptions here. So I don't think it is on the whole. We get it in against him. Wait, against him. All right. Hold it. Nice. Please. Nice. Shazamming it up there. And seeing that the whole point of me short-stacking PLO 50 is me short-stacking PLO 50, I'm probably not going to stick around on the table. Still take it on here with a pair of jacks. Yeah, I think so too, 7 to 5. I think it's a solid plan. And mind you, the part about me being content with my game is what the plan hinges on. So if I'm not too happy with how I'm playing, how it's going, then I'll delay the moving up to PLO 50 or taking shots at PLO 50 part. Always the funkiest possible river there. But he checks. That has to be good news. Did we get a call? No. Top 2, huh? And top and bottom here. And ace is down here. Busy few minutes here. All right. He checks it too. See if we get to protect our hand. 3 ways. Yeah, just to check. I guess at 100 BB, I should get it in here. Even 3 ways. Here we take it down. Took it down on table 2 as well with top and bottom. And here letting it go. Easy peasy. All right. Agreeable. Really? Oh god, it's not the queens. Thank the Lord. That would have been sad. Yep, that's good enough. Oh, sorry, here. Was showing the wrong table. Three-handed, I don't want to short sec three-handed, not a great table to do so. And that's it for now with our wonderful adventure into the world of PLO 50, I guess. Sorry, here we raise it up. Okay. Nice. Take it down. Blind versus blind seems to be a fine opportunity to check. And here at this point we're not folding. Pretty strong, pretty strong. And we get called and we're good. And he checks. I think we should be good here often enough. Taking a few pots down here and there. Which means for the day on microgaming, we're getting a sad run today, running. There I have a tracker running, as you can see, running massively under V there. But now we're breaking even, being in a small profit there. Still down on RIO though. Like 5 buy-ins, 4 actually. And with a slight profit on micro, I guess we're down like 3. Okay, that's not bad. That is not bad. Got a few nice ace-high hands all over the place. Alright, so he wants to get it in. He wants to get it in. Let's see what happens. Here we make the nuts. That's awesome. And here we take it down as well. That's pretty awesome too. Here we take it down as well. Phew! Running out of breath. Flop pretty decent here. On top of all that. We get raised. Alright. Bunch of draws out there. No point in just calling at this point. 400 BB. Let's get it in. Turn 2 pair, beat all the other aces. Wait, river. 2 pair, I should say. Take that one down. Alright. Make a profit there too, right? Right! Oh, that was a very eventful couple of minutes there. Jesus. That's pretty good. Certainly helping the cause. And he's not deterred, he's sticking around. Only thing that's missing would be a huge splash. Pretty cherry on top and no mistake. Bluff catch here and take down another $6. This is one of the longest streams we've ever had. 6 hours, 21 minutes. Also had like 1.5 hour stream earlier today. Yeah, the last minutes definitely helped. We're almost breaking even at this point. Getting really close. This might help the bottom set. We're slowly running out of tables, however. All the PLO 50 tables on microgaming have dropped. So no more short stacking for us. I guess not too bad. We still have 5 tables to our name. Oh, a new contender entering the game. Adam, I vaguely remember this guy to be worth our time. He is marked in red, so that's a good start. Oh, okay. How about some action? Do it, Adam. Do it. Meanwhile, we flop a pair and a double gutter. Sad face. Take it down on table 3, however. What? Okay. Take it down with a pair of aces then, I guess. And I did find another PLO 20 table running, actually a full one on RIO too. Neat. So, okay. That hard though. Okay, he comes over the top again, this panda good dude. It is time to go nuts deep. We need a 10. Oh, there is that 10. You bring some good luck along, Hamsterman. Welcome back to the channel, my friend. How has life been treating you? Hope everything is on the up and up. Nice to see you back, Hamsterman. As you can tell, as you can see, stream is slightly larger today, slightly bigger. Since we've got rated by, first by Rounded Ones, then later on by Jane Anders. Rounded Ones brought over, what was the peak? 1,368, I believe. Viewers, concurrent viewers in the channel. That's quite crazy. So nice to have you joining the fray. Two pair in the open ender and a heart, I guess. Get an in against Panda Good again. That poor bastard. He's certainly not running great against us. That's a nice change of pace, seeing us drawing out on people. So he didn't bet... Okay, what's the aces? Speaking of aces, we get him again against Panda here. Might be fun. Or maybe we get what we kind of deserve after we keep getting lucky against him. Now instead he doesn't come over the top. Ooh, but we did, and we catch a nice board for it. Another board that looks quite favorable. Pretty convincing turn on top of that. And here decided to lead in the single race part. Take it down. On the whole, I still want to raise it up, give him a chance to call with a 7. It's kind of funky if we do get raised. Speaking of funky, we get a little bit lucky here in a spot where I shouldn't have called. And, you know, the luck does continue, and case in point, not quite sure which table to focus first. And table 6 with the rivet nuts, we take it down. Here we're looking good, and we stay good. Certainly drawing out on the aces there a bit. Shazam. I think we check this one. Interesting. What do we do if Panda comes over the top? Like against Panda alone, I just get it in. Sure. The guy behind. Okay, luckily the question doesn't arise. Jesus Christ. Right now, we are running well. Phew. And after a pretty long struggle, I think we're really reaching break even again. Yeah, we're really close. Either we are already breaking even or we are within a few euros. Phew. I also think it's about time. It's a good point in time to call it a night. I'm sorry to do it to you, Hamsterman, when you just got here. But at this point, I've been streaming for 6.5 hours. It is past 3:30 in the morning here. That'll probably do in a moment. Yeah, let's play 2, 3, 4 more minutes and then call it a night. Nice to finish on a high note too. Hopefully. Okay. Certainly gonna try to turn this into a bluff, or do I? We have showdown value with the A7. All right. Perfect hand to be up against. Some nice flops right now. Here I'm not gonna raise. Just gonna call. For pot control a little bit, we don't have any relevant blockers. That's a nice turn. Gives us an open ender as well. Wonder what Aiden does now. He does check, okay. I'm just gonna pot it here. There's a whole bunch of draws, a myriad of draws he could have. That'll work for me. Kinda hope 8 calls. If he doesn't, we just need to let this one be. Let me double check to make sure that I'm not making too many mistakes now at this late hour. But I think that's the case. So that's small blind versus MP technically, since one guy is sitting out. Queen, Jack, 6. Hell yeah. A resounding hells yeah. Call it once, let it be. Look at that call, that's pretty sweet. Here I called in a small blind. Actually the big blind. Which makes this a little bit better, but I do want to get involved with Adam. And we do flop a pretty decent wrap. Backdoor nut flush. Alright. Holding that 7 is definitely neat here. Do I want to check again? I think I do. Maybe he wants to turn his hand into a bluff. I believe I might have been shown the wrong hand. Sorry about that. One last all-in. Maybe going our way. Would be nice. We were blocking a bunch of those outs too. All the aces to your straight draw. Oh well. I'm standing out of the shower. Everybody going that steep. Unfortunately, I really hate to do it to you now that you joined, and it seems to be a theme often when you join that I'm calling it a night. But it's been an exhausting day. I've been streaming, like this stream has been going on for 6 hours, 40 minutes at this point. I need to call it a night. I caught a second wind, but it's now leaving me, and I don't think I'll be playing a decent game much longer. And exhaustion is setting in. I will be back tomorrow after the Gaffen stream again for a nightly stream. I really hate to do it to you, Hamsterman. It's a pleasure to have you back. But in a moment, let's raid All-In Path, who's probably the most interesting, the most exciting streamer on right now. Not to knock on the other streamers, but yeah, let's head over to his channel and see what he's up to. So what's the deal here? We turn a pair and have a gutter. All right. For part, I guess we just let it be. Last hand, and it's already happening, and we're gonna fold here. Well, unless we get 3 calls, or 2 calls, I guess. Then we certainly get the prize. All right, has been one long day. Made it to 1,499 followers. Thanks to all of you for clicking that follow button. I really appreciate it. Also, MP Adam, well, you're not here anymore, but I might as well say it. Thank you very much for the gifted subs. To everyone else who resubbed today or subscribed as well, it's huge to me. Thanks. I hope you had a good time. The end of the stream certainly was action-packed. And yeah, that's pretty much all I got. Tomorrow, don't forget the Phil Gaffin challenge tomorrow. And if you want, I'll be back after the challenge as well. And that's all I got. If you want to play in a home game with us, type !home game in the chat. We have a free roll on Fridays on Stars. There's a tiny prize pool, like $60. Sorry, $6. But was wrong by an order of magnitude there. Also a bounty on my head. I'm just going to put the info in there. If you want, then, join the home game club. It's always fun. Jamie C, yeah, but I'm reaching the end of my rope now. But on a day like this, it's not a day to stream, to have a short stream, but with all the excitement that happened. Anywho, no need for me to ramble on. Thank you very much for watching, for spending time with me, keeping the chat a lively place. And if you want, I'll see you tomorrow. Have a very pleasant Wednesday evening. Well, Tuesday morning, Thursday morning, more likely. And if you want, join me on the raid to All in Path's channel, who's bound to have an action-packed stream going on. Cheers. Have a good night.